All right. So session from recess. Oregon School Board Association is back in session, and we do still need to take a roll call in a little bit. But as Linnell gets ready for it, do you remember kindergarten days when you have show and tell? Wasn't that your favorite when you bring something and you talk about it? I missed a couple of those, and I want to take this opportunity to do a little bit of a show and tell right here. Just to be very clear, no prizes. It was just yesterday for the prizes. But the first show and tell I want to share with you, do you have a printed do you receive a printed copy of ASBGA, American School Board Journal? Raise your hand if you receive a printed copy. Raise your hand high. Cool. If you're not receiving it and would you like to receive either a printed copy or electronic copy, please let me know right after this meeting. I can circulate that. My home address is here. I trust you're not going to take a picture, put it online. Feel free to circulate it among you. But the reason I mentioned this is the National School Board Association Journal. I believe it's one of the oldest journals, period, in the country. It's continuing to circulate since the 1900, 1800, something. What's more important is really it reflects lots of best practices the country school districts are working on. And I don't like the idea that we don't have an opportunity to have more voice there. And the best way to get our voices into this journal is for you to receive it, number one. Number two, if there was a really cool story that your superintendent shared with you about what you're doing in a program or an initiative, and you think this is worth sharing, I want us to be able to uplift your own stories nationally through the ASBJ. So that's one way to do it, is to participate through the journal. Another way to do it is to apply for the award. They have multiple awards, the Magna Award. Portland Public Schools recently got awarded an award, I think silver or bronze, because of their sustainability program. All the way from small to medium to large districts get awarded those. So if you're interested, a few reminders here. Since this table has the circulating paper about the workshops, I'm going to start on this side. And please let me know, text me, say, Sami, I would like to receive a copy. Tell me electronic or paper, and we can coordinate about that. The other reminder is the workshops. So for those who just joined us, we are circulating a big piece of paper, A2 or A3 size paper, where there are workshops that we would like you to sign on to be a presider. Kirsten Miles will share with you details about what it means to be a presider and how you can do it. Anybody can do it. We would like to have all board members being presiders in those workshops. So please choose whatever you like and do it. Now, back to our questionnaire. I will share, Chris Cron is not allowed to answer, and you'll know why. I will share with you a T-shirt that I got through my regional meetings, and the first person will get to bragging rights that they know the answer. This school district, or this school, have the motto, make history, and it's the Jaguars, or Panthers. Panthers? Panthers. Make history, the Panthers. Which school district is that? We're not going to go to, wait, don't tell me A, B, and C. If anyone can say which one is it, make history. Okay. A, Dave. Okay, Dave, get to answer if nobody else answers. A, Portland Public Schools. B, Nessa Public Schools. Or C, Prairie City Public Schools. Prairie City gets it. That's correct. The reason I want to mention this, and I said, Chris, congratulations, Craig, bragging rights. I did not bring any award for today. The reason I mentioned this school district is really cool. I wore this shirt all around when there was Labor Day celebrations. Governor Brown was there. Governor Kotek was there, and took a picture with her with the T-shirts. We talked about school districts, rural school districts, and the impact. When I was in Washington, D.C., I took selfie with it with Washington Monument, sent it to the superintendent at the time, and really remembering that school districts, rural and urban and suburban, all around Oregon really matters to us. And I want to thank Chris, because the reason I mentioned this school, it is one of the school districts in her region. And how many school districts do you have in your region, Chris? 37 school districts and ESDs. She's representing those school districts and ESDs. Huge, huge. And I really want to thank her for her work representing their voices, making the effort to be all around. Now, next year, Chris will be your president, and she will be working on your behalf all across Oregon. And it's really a huge uplift for any president to represent the whole state with all its districts. So in your bylaws already, we do have that ability to elect an additional person who will represent that region. And I believe there is a candidate who's going to run alongside with you. So you'll continue to run for your seat, be the president, but we will have an additional person from that region to represent all of those school districts. And really appreciate the mindfulness of this board and boards in the past, making sure that our districts are well represented. So thank you for what you do, and really excited to see you lead the way across Oregon as our next president. Yes. Another, not show and tell, but walkthrough. Today we're going to meet for a while. We have only 3 votes to make, so we can finish in 3 minutes. However, that's not right, because we have heard from you again and again that, actually I was alongside with you, we all said again and again, we need to have a thoughtful, deliberate conversation about every action we make, right? And it's really important for us to take our time to ask questions. And here's the important thing. All 3 decisions that we're going to make, we're going to be the ambassadors of those decisions to our regions and school districts. So if you can't really tell the story of why the decisions that we make today matter to people who will be voting on them, and they will see it in their packets for the next couple of months in their local districts, we have a problem. So the intentionality between from the 60 minutes allocated for each one of those resolutions that we were going to discuss is for us to reflect on the work of hours, days, probably years, actually, not the probably, definitely years of work to get where we are right now, right? And remember the analogy of the bricks. Some bricks comes to you and we need to decide how we put them together to fit in the pieces. I want you to reflect on a few things. Number 1, each one of these resolutions is like a brick that we need to decide if we should put it into this building or not, and how we should put it. And we're going to debate on what that means. I want us to center ourselves around, if we do that, how does it stand the test of time for years to come? How does it impact us today, tomorrow? And if this decision we make today is going to be lasting for years from now, and how does that look like? How does it fit with other pieces that already exists, whether it is other policies, programs, staffing decisions that has been made? How can we really fit all of these things together? And here's the most important thing, and you're going to see the presenters talk about it. Let me ask you, if I tell you the decision you make is going to increase revenue by 15% and make sure we don't have cuts, and the return over the investment of your work is this much percentage, is that going to be a way for you to say, I get what this decision means? Maybe. But what if I tell you a story and I share with you the impact of the story of what this decision does to the student or the board member in a school district? You touch people's hearts. You get them to relate to how it is. And we need to really balance between both the data that we need to have, but also the story that we need to tell to our school districts. So think about the story, how this impacts you, impacts your school district, and if we make the decision one way or the other, how you can share that with other school board members. So number 1, how the pieces fit together. Number 2, what story this decision tell. Number 3, I think is one of the most important things. We're going to make a decision or 2 or 3. Some of these decisions has been in the works for years, right? And also, some of them really touch us personally or touch our school districts and staff directly. And I want us to, as we debate, remember, we may agree on the values, and probably we do. And we should not assume each other's values when we debate on how we're trying to achieve those values. And each one of these 3 resolutions bricks is a way for us to put things together to achieve our goals and work on our values. So let's hear each other with an open heart, an open mind, and be okay that we debate the decisions in front of us. But at the same time, we don't assume that if we disagree on how we're implementing a decision or how we're voting on this, that it's actually a difference in values. It's not necessarily a difference in values. And I know you know that. I just want to recenter ourselves on that. And we are really commonly agreeing that we're building something big. We're building something in a very mindful way and in a way that really impacts our students, and we're going to do it thoughtfully. So without further ado, I want to say if we are over time, I forgot my most important show and tell. I was going to put my beaver hat and say at 12:30, the beaver game will start. And probably during one of the breaks, I'll bring my hat and I'm going to put it if we're running short on time. So let's make sure that we are mindful of each other's time and mindful of staff time. We have lunch at 12 o'clock. Is that correct? At noon? After lunch, we're free to do whatever we want. And I want a really quick round of what are you up to, share out. So if you are already planning to do something and you're open for other people to join you, please share that. So who's going for a beaver game and would you like people to join you? Or how? Who's going to beaver game? Sorry, beaver ducks game. Raise your hand. Okay. Beaver ducks. Well, if the beaver lose tomorrow, I'm gonna wear shorts. How about that? I think we're gonna win. It's a beavers game. What else? Yes.
Myself and my family are going to the beach. If anyone wants some entertainment, I have all of my children.
I might go to the beach. What else? Anybody else? There's bikes you can rent or you can check out and use. Anybody else is planning on something? Yes.
I've got a couple paddle boards if anybody wants to go out.
Could you say that to the record?
Record, yes. For the record, I've got a couple paddle boards if anybody wants to jump in the bay or the lake. The water's not too bad. It's great.
Love it. What else? Do you have my phone number? Please don't leave before you have my phone number. Give me a text. Say, Sami, what are you up to? Let's check out with each other. I'm planning to go a little bit for the Beavers game, and depending how it goes, then go to the beach, either too soon or right after. But other than that, please share your thoughts or ideas with me. Would love to catch up with you.
If anyone needs some dog therapy, my dog is here.
Love it. Anyone else? All right, without further ado, let's do a roll call.
Craig Albright, Jeff Crapper, Chris Cronin, Jackie Crook, Lori Danzuka, Katrina Dowdy, Neelam Gupta, Linda Hamilton, Chris Howitt, Trista Irvin, Greg Kintz, Christy Kotke, Steve Lowell, Sonia McKenzie, Alonzo Olivares, Chrissy Wrights, Clyde Rood, Nicole Shaw, Emily Smith, Nancy Thomas, Glenn Wachter, Don Watson, here, Anna Ali, Krista Parent, Guadalupe Martinez Zapata, Austin Falnegi,
Here.
Sami Aludabr, 22.
Is that a record or isn't it? So we have a quorum and we have really good attendance. I love it. And the first item on the agenda, before we get there, someone please hold the mic in every table and press and hold because they're off right now. So the first time you speak, press and hold, or just press and hold it now. So whenever you need to speak, it's available for you. Make sure it's on from the bottom.
So there's a switch on the bottom. You just hold it for a couple seconds and it'll turn on.
Cool. So the program for the day, we have 3 resolutions in front of us. We were going to go in this order: the membership dues, then the Pride Caucus proposal, and then the bylaws amendments proposal. We have 60 minutes for each topic, up to 60 minutes. The first section of the meeting will be a presentation, a summary of how we got there. There is a process that we went through as a board and also other committees and staff work that's led into where we are right now. We really need to make sure we're up to speed with that. After that, we'll get to the presentation and the proposal. Then we'll have an opportunity to ask questions. Then we'll have an opportunity to do a discussion. I would like to really remind us all, even when it is about a story or a question or a comment, make sure that they're as brief as you can or succinct as you can. So let's say about a minute, bring the point so everybody here can get an opportunity to participate. The first topic is going to be membership dues. I want to say this is really huge, not huge for this year, huge for the multiple years this has been going on that led us to where we are. This is the first time this institution says, oh, wait, membership dues need to catch up with inflation, with costs, and with the increasing need of our organization. And we're making a decision to do that. First time in 25 years. So thank you for spending this weekend here. It means a lot for the sustainability of this organization. So with that, I want to say thank you, Don, and for everybody who worked with you leading to where we are right now. And Don Watson, the Secretary-Treasurer and the OSBA Finance Committee Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll make this short. I've been on finance for, I think, 4 or 5 years, and we've been talking about how to get more money, what our financial stability is, and you've heard me talk about it a lot. So I'm really happy to see this. Just a little history before I turn it over to staff. The services that we're getting now aren't the same as they were 25 years ago, and the supports that board members need are not the same as they were 25 years ago, as you all are shaking your head. So now we're often calling legal because something pops up here and there, and back 25 years ago, that was not the case. And the cost of legal was, so just, if you just look at the legal piece, that is a huge difference from 25 years, the cost and the amount of time that we're talking with legal. So with that being said, Jamie, did you want to speak? Or Emily?
Thank you, Don. Linnell, do you mind putting up the resolution? I'm going to take you through a little bit of the process that we've taken just as a recap that's gotten us to today. At the board meeting in June of 2023, the board directed staff to hire the Coraggio Group to do an in-depth analysis of the programs and services that we offer, with a real focus on the value to the membership for those programs and services. So we spent last year surveying the membership. We sent it out to all of our constituents, really, not just our members, but our business managers, our partners, our superintendents, and school board members. We received back over 450 responses from that survey. And then in addition to that, we did 12 focus groups across the state. We did large districts, small districts. You all participated in that as a board. And superintendents, the same kind of constituent groups, had the opportunity to participate in those focus groups and provide really valuable content and data to us that we were able to evaluate. The Coraggio Group took all of that and provided an insight report to us, And with that work, we were able to analyze the areas where there was the greatest room for opportunities for improvement in our program offerings, where the membership found the highest value for the programs and services that we provide. Similar to what Dawn was sharing, there's no surprise that legal came at the top of the list. I mean, that is just an incredible value that many, many associations across the country do not offer to their membership. We are very unique in having essentially a medium-sized legal firm at your disposal included in your membership. And so that is just an incredibly high value, and the feedback and comments that came out of that insight report were very supportive. The other one that came up really high is policy. It's also incredibly expensive to hire an attorney to do your policies for you. And that's a service that we provide that at a lower cost than what it would cost for you to go out on the market to be able to get an attorney to review the many, many policies that come out and all of the revisions that come along with that. The other one that was really high was board development, and that was one of the ones where there was a lot of opportunity for change and looking at how we provide our programs and services that meet the needs of our larger districts and our smaller districts that can't afford to travel, can't afford to send 5 to 7 school board members to Portland for 4 days. It's expensive. And so how can we change what we do to meet the needs of all of our members in a way that doesn't dilute the program offerings, that still provides that training and support that is becoming more and more important for all of our members across the state. And so part of the work was looking at how do we provide those programs and services. That's something that Kristen's team is really diving into and making changes, and we'll continue to do that. We are also continuing to inform and ask the membership what they think about those proposed changes. So at summer board, we proposed, we sent out as part of the survey, would you want to combine summer board and annual conventions? You're only traveling once. But we're trying to be really thoughtful about this because we know people have lots of feelings and lots of opinions about that. And so we want to get input along the way. What came out of the insight report that was very clear was that our biggest opportunity for stability for the organization is looking at our membership dues. And as we've said it many, many times, and we're going to say it so many times over the next 2 to 3 months, we haven't increased our dues since 1998. That's 25 years. And I know that there's a lot of reasons why that happened, and one of it is that we received a very large endowment to be able to support the organization. But an endowment is there for the organization to stay fiscally stable for many generations and not to rely on living off of. And I think that that is something that is really important because the membership dues are our shared costs in being able to support the organization. And it's the only way that we can kind of share that cost across all 197 districts. And in lieu of raising the membership dues, the one area that we've been able to have a little bit of control over is our fees. And our fees, if you've seen from their conferences and convention, have increased, and those are getting expensive. And so what's happening is that some of those smaller districts aren't able to send staff to those or boards members to those events because they are getting priced out. And so that's no longer sharing the cost across the entire membership. And so this is one area where we can help affect a little bit of change. So that's kind of the process behind this. Our team worked with the facilitators with Coraggio over about 4 months, going through all the scenarios. We went through all of the what ifs. We went through multiple different versions of how to adjust the fees, knowing that we kind of have one shot at this. And so it needed to be financially impactful enough to make sense to go out and make the ask. And then also with a stability in mind of moving forward, how do we want to handle it so that we're not going back to the membership every year and asking. So that's what you'll see with the resolution and the proposed fee structure that we're proposing. I think the other piece of it is the finance committee. We brought it to the finance committee. They were all on board. We had business managers on that committee from districts who were like, yes, we put in a 15% increase for all of our vendors for the coming year. It makes sense. And so the feedback that I've had with the superintendents and school board members when I've just been trying to socialize this has actually been pretty positive, and people understanding that there is not a single thing that you can think of that costs the same as it did in 1998. And so when you think about the CBOs that you all are involved in negotiating, and you think about staffing an organization and how much that has changed, and it's really our time to be able to get to a point where we are financially stable, we're able to pay staff what they should be paid, and be able to look towards the future and support the programs and services that we just heard from our membership that they want and they find a lot of value in. The board in June, as a reminder, got all of the information, a full report on the roadmap of moving this forward, and directed staff to write this resolution with the parameters of establishing a floor for our smallest districts. So our smallest districts pay $250 right now a year for their membership. And over a 5-year period, establishing a floor for the smallest ones. The ones that are above the $1,500 floor, it would increase 15% a year for the next 5 years, and then move to a COLA after that. So there's automatically just a cost of living. Districts know it's coming, and it will be based on the CPI. And then for our largest districts, just as a reminder, our largest districts, our largest 3, don't utilize PACE services. And so they are paying the largest amount, and they are not utilizing one of our highest value offerings. And so we do want to be mindful. We very much want to make sure that they can still participate and feel good about their membership and want to engage with us. And so the board asked us to put in a ceiling of 25,000. So you'll see in the due schedule, it'll be 25. Once they hit that 25,000, they will pause until year 5 when we go with the CPI, and then theirs will increase by that CPI moving forward as well. Similarly, the community colleges currently within our agreement, they pay the same amount as our smallest districts, and that is covered through the Oregon Community Colleges Association pays that for all of their community colleges. And so they will also be adjusting to that floor level moving forward in our proposal here, so that it's in alignment with what our smallest districts are paying. And the community colleges, we are working, I've met with Abby, the new executive director, and we are really working on how we can continue to grow our partnership there. I've given them a heads up that this is coming and that we're proposing this, and we're really looking at how can we make sure that we're providing the programs and services that they need, not just for our K-12 members. So that's something that we'll continue to work on. And I know Austin, who's online, is also excited about that, as is Sammy. So we will continue that work as well. The resolution is in your packet. It's also up on the screen. I think one of the things that is important to point out here is that the percentage of the revenue has dropped over 19%, as membership fees or dues have dropped over 19% since 1998 as a percentage of our total budget. So that's a significant drop. When we talk about that shared cost, they only account for 6.4% of our total revenue. And so that means that it's getting made up through us dipping into our endowment year after year, increasing our fees, or cutting staff. And we've done a lot of all of that. And so this is really a proposal to help mitigate that. It's not going to solve it. It's looking at increasing revenue over the next 5 years by 1.3 million over the next 5 years. But it is really taking that next step where then we will also take the measured steps in cutting on costs as well and trying to find efficiencies within the programming. I'm not going to read through this because I think it's easier to digest by reading it and then letting us know if you have questions. This was complicated to try and lay out in a resolution. I'm not going to lie. Haley and I and Jamie went round and round. So what I would love from you all is to take a moment and read it and then have questions, because if it doesn't make sense to you, it's certainly not going to make sense to our members who haven't been a part of this conversation directly.
Thank you, Emily. So how we're going to go about it, we're going to pause for a little bit so you take time to read. And while we do that, I will share with you the order of the business today. We're going to go with questions. So anything that ends with a question mark first. No comments, discussion until we have a motion. Then we're going to go for a motion, and then we'll have a discussion, and then we'll have a vote. So first of all, let's make sure we provide an opportunity for each one of us to have questions on the presentation or the intention of the resolution or anything that's related to it. And I see Greg is ready for the question. All right, so take your time, read through the talking points here. And if there is any confusions about them or maybe questions about them as well, please raise those right now. Any questions are in order. Greg.
Yes, I was wondering if we could see the second slide, which is the slide that has all of the districts on there, so you can see what the fees are. And one thing I wanted to point out is that make sure that everybody understands this is not just a 15% increase. This is a 15 compounded percent. So each year, the amount that's there is that amount plus 15% compounded each year. So you're going to end up with, it's not just 15% of this year added on to them. So that makes a little difference on how you look at it. For our district, we're going to be going from 1420 to 2971 in those 6 years, the 5 years plus the, and so it'll increase us by 110% overall. So just to give it some perspective.
Thank you, Greg. We have a question from Austin Fulnagi. Austin?
Hey there. Thank you so much. And yeah, I definitely want to echo. I think that there's some amazing opportunities for Oregon Community College Association to communicate, collaborate, and advocate for each other. And just wanted to ask in regards to the rollout of this. So once it passes here in this group, it then goes to the individual boards for a vote. It kind of pretty much like any other Oregon School Boards Association resolution. Now, does this go to both for community colleges? Is this going to all 17 community colleges or just to the Oregon Community College Association board for a vote on this resolution?
So thank you, Austin, for the question. I'll answer the question for the whole process. As you mentioned, it's correct. If this board votes on referring this resolution to the members, then that resolution will be up for a vote for each school board and community college board of education and the ESD individually. And I believe the Board of Education is also a member, so there will be a packet with resolutions for each board collectively to vote either yes in favor of a resolution or no, not in favor of a resolution. And to answer your question, each one of the 17 community colleges are members of OSBA, and they will have a single vote to participate in that process.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely. And there's a follow-up from Emily Nishik.
I just wanted to follow up on Greg's comment, and I thought it might be helpful. I asked Jamie to run the numbers on where we would, she calls it the what if 25 years tab. And if we had have continued to raise the dues over the last 25 years at the same percentage that we were raising them up until that time point, and from the information that we could find, it was usually between 3 and 5% depending on what the CPI was. So we landed on 4% for running the numbers, and our current 2025-26 dues would be double what we're proposing here. Almost exactly double for every single district except for that smallest district where we're establishing the floor. But even for the districts that are 100 to 249, it would be double. And so that's also not counting the compounding over 25 years, which is millions of dollars that the organization has not collected during that time period.
Thanks. My question is about the voting. So all the member boards vote. Were we ever able to find out, is it a percent, like, does it have to be a majority of those who vote or a majority of those who are eligible to vote? Of those who vote?
quorum of the membership. So you need a quorum of the membership to vote, and then it's the majority of that.
Bob, do you agree?
Any other questions? Katrina?
Just one question when we're looking at the people that will be voting on this next. And I'm looking at who's dues paying and then therefore who is voting. I'm wondering, so based on the money that I see being paid here, it would lead me to believe that the State Board of Education is voting, but that's not correct, right? You all don't take a vote from them, or do you?
So I'm going to go on a limb here and maybe acknowledge my ignorance. I'm not sure if the Board of Education is an ex officio member or if it's an actually paying dues paying member with a votes eligibility. I will defer that to legal counsel in a later meeting to answer it. Nevertheless, I want to share this with all of you. It is the responsibility of the chair of every local board to say, hey, board, our secretary received an election notice from OSBA, and OSBA really matters. Your voice on this matter, it's on the agenda. If the board, local board or community college board or ESD board does not put it on the agenda, they're kind of forfeiting their ability to, no, they're forfeiting their right to vote on it. So I'm going to pause there and say, let's put a pin on that one, and we'll find out the answer if ODE the State Board of Education is dues-paying member with votes eligibility or not. And if they are for votes eligibility and you never voted on it, then probably we'll make sure that's next time you can, and you'll have one vote out of the 197.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Does that sound good? Yep. Other questions? Yes, Chris Howitt.
Morning, Chris Howitt. I know I should know this, but it is early. So the fees are going up. I know the question that my board is going to ask, well, what are we getting for this? And we know that as our school district pays extra for some things. So a really great talking point is really in a short synopsis. Here's everything you get. If you didn't buy anything else, here's what you get from the membership. And here are also, the other things that you can get in support of that you'll get at a better price if you are a member, and how it will keep you out of legal hot water, which costs a whole lot more money if you're not doing things correctly. So, but at the very least, being able to have just that little snapshot, because again, my board absolutely supports my being here. They also look to me as to being the person that has to deal with it, and they don't need to do anything with it. So, so that would be helpful for me and my area.
Thank you for the question suggestion. And then Jackie, and let's make sure we stay with questions. Jackie.
Well, is the song? Yeah. It's not a question, but when we're talking about the benefits, PACE we have not talked about PACE. So in the scenario that Chris is talking about, I think that's huge incentive to be in. So I agree with Chris. If we had that synopsis, that would help.
Thank you, Jackie. Absolutely. Question from Chris. Chris Cron.
So how will this, assuming we approve this resolution as a board and we all support it, how is this going to be positively communicated out to the membership?
So the very first communication will be the board report wrap-up summary that Jake is going to be writing for us. And we did communicate it out in June that this was going to be a resolution coming forward, that the board had directed staff to put together the resolution. So we have been laying the groundwork for that, so it's hopefully not a surprise. And then it will go out in our newsletter that we're putting out. So we've started as part of this process and communicating what does OSBA do for you. We have started the newsletter. I believe the first issue was in April, either April or May. And that is really focused on the programs and services in all of our departments for the organization. So we will continue to communicate it out that way. And then it's going to be, I anticipate, a huge chunk of the roadshow. We're going to give a lot of time to folks to be able to ask questions and be there to be able to talk about it and answer those questions and bring them along and be able to share what I shared with you in the beginning of how we got to this point and the why behind it and the thoughtful process behind it. So that is definitely any resolutions that we bring forward today will be, we're anticipating maybe more of the roadshow than the legislative piece because they're all really important and they directly affect the members and they have the right to have the opportunity to be a part of the conversation, and that's going to be really important. So we'll be prepared. We'll be out there. That's also why I'm putting out the call to attend your regional meetings alongside us because you are the best ambassadors for your meeting. And Jackie, to your point with PACE, it's really very valuable, but also you know your region. And I know there's a couple regions where that's not the selling point. And so let us know, like if there's things happening in your region and you're like, that's not going to work here, please let us know that so that we can be prepared to either speak to it or to be able to say, well, this is the value that I know that you care about that we bring. So I think that that's something, when you ask how can you support us, let us know what's happening in your region before we go into those meetings, and it will be really helpful for us.
Thank you. Before we go to Chrissy Kodaki, legal counsel have shared with us, indeed, the State's Board of Education is a voting member as per the bylaws. So you got to put it on the packets and you can vote for. I wonder who's their regional representative, though. Let's not go there. So with that, Chrissy Kodaki, you're up next.
Thank you. This question is maybe more about communication procedure, so I don't know if this is the space. I don't have a question additional here. My question would be, in addition to the communication, could there be, and I'm going to build on Chris's comment here, what I would like as a board chair, and I've asked this question in our region, is when things are sent regionally, are they going? I mean, this is a question for regions to be able to answer maybe sometime during this conference. Who from that region is sending that communication? Is everyone on the board getting that, or just board chairs? And then how many of those board chairs are actually making that an agenda item, and how do we know? So really taking that one step further to see how that is. I know many board members see the email and aren't going to think deeply about it. And to Chris's point, in addition to the communication that comes, could there be a scripted one-pager for board chairs with frequently asked questions, not just to share, but with an expectation beyond maybe just the regions deciding that themselves? Like, we would like all board chairs to add this to this agenda, and here's the script we'd like you to share, and here are the pieces that we'd like to see. So I guess that's a question and a comment around thinking more broadly about what it means when we communicate and how do we know it was communicated. So that last piece of, is someone from OSBA or is it up to the regional representative to follow up with board chairs a month later and say, hey, where was this on your agenda and how did it go and what is your feedback? So closing that loop.
I'm not sure that, and this might be, Linnell's going to know the answer to this better than me. We can tell if you all send out the email, the board summary email, and we get a notification. I'm not sure that we can tell that next step, can we, Linnell, of going to the board chairs in the regions?
Yeah, as a matter of process, at the very end, we only know after the vote has happened. And sometimes, like one day before the deadline, they fill, the secretary of the board fill a survey monkey saying, we have voted and here's the outcome of the votes. On behalf of the board, here's the outcome of the votes. But up front, unless you have a phone call with the chair or unless you see it on their packet, probably that's really a proactive work for us to do. It's like, hey, do you know there's election and this one is really important coming up? Is it on your packets? You want to talk about it? I believe our role in that ambassadorship is going to be crucial. Question from Don.
No, I just wanted to add to the comment. And I just looked up, there's a spot that says email my region's board secretaries. And that's usually what I do if I want something on the agendas. I'll email the board secretaries as well as the region so that everybody knows that we need to put it on the agenda. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I think I'm thinking about our region and a way that I would connect with Tristan, which we haven't previously done, or Craig, to say, hey, when are you guys putting this on your agenda? I mean, even coordinating like how closely that is going. What are you planning to say? Is there anything we should think about adding as a region so that regionally we're all
Could you, sorry, could you repeat your comments with this mic because we might need to exchange mics.
procedural, but I would envision this for our region as being, like you said, Sammy, something where we coordinate, but you want to set the system up so if it wasn't Craig and Tristan, who now we have this, and Nancy, we have this relationship only because we're on the board. What about Banks and Gaston? Where in our region are we making sure that those districts are also communicating with each other? But how do you set it up so if none of us were on this board, our region is doing that piece? So board secretaries, who knows what that means on every board and how that is communicated with board secretary to superintendent to board chair. And so I think some of this will come out of the regions discussing what this looks like, and then each region sharing, here's what we're envisioning. And then ideally the entire OSBA saying, yes, here's a systemic change we can make so this is in place going forward.
One, two, three, here. Thank you for the question, comments, and it feels, my gut tells me everybody in the room right now is ready to make their mind if there was a resolution, a motion. So unless you are really eager to ask a question that will help you make your mind one way or the other, we'll move forward. Anyone has a question? There's a question from Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn Wachter. Appreciate the procedural questions from Christy. I'm more on the finance question, a little bit backwards, so apologies, but the resolution includes after the 5 years of 15% compounding, tying then to the CPI. I don't know what the annual increase of the CPI is. Could you help me with that so I could better represent what increase that looks like year after year?
Yeah, it really depends, but typically it's anywhere from 2 to 5% depending on inflation and how things are going. But it's something that's set in the Northwest region and the state that we would be following.
Final question. Thank you for that. What percentage of the total revenue of OSBA are these dues? How big is this? When I add up a few thousand here, a few thousand there, it doesn't really seem to be a big number to me, but is this a significant portion of the revenue, and what percentage is it?
It's currently, that's where in the second point, the second whereas, it's dropped 19.1% since 1998 down to 6.4% of the revenue for the organization. So it's a very small percentage, of about a little over $10 million budget. And we can get the actual dollar numbers if that's helpful for you.
Next question is for Clyde Rude.
All right. I'm concerned about the rural community. Is there a mechanism within this policy to pause if we notice that the rural community is falling behind or unable to keep up with the due increases? Also, too, a lot of us are participating in the conferences. Is there something that we can do where we can forego charging our schools for our entrance in the conferences as part of this in order to help smooth it over?
I think that that's a different I mean, this is what the board directed us to bring forward in terms of all of the work that we've done. And so we could, but that would be a different conversation than what is presented here that is directly directed from what the board asked us to do, what you all asked us to do. So I think that that is something the board could consider, but it would be a different process than this.
We have we had a question or ready for a motion? Director Albright is recognized for a motion. What's your motion?
I move that OSBA board adopt the proposed resolution regarding OSBA member dues and forward the resolution to OSBA member boards for a vote as presented.
Is there a second? It's been seconded by immediate past president Sonia McKenzie. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I have just a comment, Sammy.
Christy.
First of all, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. And, you know, I think when you look at the numbers and you think about the history for us, you know, even if it's a hard pill to swallow, it's obvious that this is a very necessary step that we need to take. My just suggestion, and you all know this, I just want to reiterate it, is communication is key, right? Like so many really good ideas and necessary ideas fall out of favor because people don't really understand. So just as Chrissy was saying, you know, we really have struggled. I mean, I struggle as a board to get information out. I know we struggle to get information to everybody. And that really is what we have to do, is we have to show what we know is essential to do. And I think once you can do that, then the backing will come because it's necessary. But I would just really encourage communication, try as hard as we all can to get this information to everybody.
Agreed. And consistency as well. Chris Howitt and then Chris Cronin. Chris Howitt.
I would speak in favor of the resolution. It's the first time in a long time that there's been one that's actually come that predates me, so I'm a little bit surprised. It won't get any better if we wait. And thinking about it, just sitting here, all the experience that I've had with other associations across the country, we provide so many services, and I think, again, reemphasizing all the time communication about what we do and why we do it. I think we do it so well, people don't realize everything that we provide for board members. And if we don't have a good, strong organization, we lose that opportunity to support our fellow board members so that they get the support, whether they realize it or not. But I'm in favor of this resolution and getting us back on track.
Chris Cronin, then Neelam Gupta. Chris Cronin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very much in favor of the resolution, and I just wanted to speak to Clyde's concern. I appreciate always hearing the concern for rural districts. And I would just say, you know, I'm from a very small frontier district, basically. We don't have the ability to have an attorney on staff. So really, even with a dues increase, one call to an attorney or two calls to an attorney and our dues are paid, it's even more critical for a rural district. So I know that there will be strong support in my area for these. Rural districts need OSBA to be there.
I'm just hearing golden talking points already, and I see Jake is typing up those comments, so this working. Neelam.
Yeah, I just want to echo what others have said, that, you know, it's, and also to share something that one of our longest serving board members said, that it's about time that the dues are increased because OSBA has been dipping into its reserves for way too long.
And a comment from Linda Hamilton. Linda.
I appreciate all the comments, but I'm going to come from a different perspective of this. It's definitely time since 1998, but I don't know if the timing is right. And I'm speaking from some districts might already experience this, but our districts was one of them was pushback of pulling off money OSBA, one of our largest school district down there. And it got like Sammy coming around road shows and talking to the board members and talking to the chair to change that. My eyes is always on what has gone before that, you know. So when you're asking for money, and I negotiate contract, I don't want to see where the money has went, where the money is gone, and where we at today. So 13 of our districts are rural, which is, you know, small district, don't have much money. So they are going to look at a lot of what has gone on at OSBA because we had a lot of pushback. And I'm all for it be transparent, communication is there, look at it, talk about what we've done, talk about this and that, and where the money is going. So pace is the savior of these districts. Pace. If you didn't have pace, I don't think you ever get anything from Lane region. But pace save a lot of them. So, and that's through OSBA. It's a legal thing, and if you have to go out, and then some of them do go out to their own attorneys, but pace is a big savior of this.
Any further comments on the motion? Jackie?
In our case, we had a $4 million fire, and it'll be a long time before we caught up to what the pace gave us to revamp our facility. So I'm with with Linda. Pace is a huge issue because when Dave tells us that we better call him before we have a problem, or and if we want help.
Further comments or question? Any further comments or deliberation on the motion? Yes, done.
I just want to thank you all for this great conversation, and staff put a lot of work this last couple weeks in the resolution and the data, so I wanted to thank them for that as well.
Thank you. As a presiding officer who doesn't get to vote even, I have to be neutral always, but this is one of the times I'm gonna tip my hands on how I think you should vote on this motion. This is a decision of care, stewardship, decision and action of really thinking strategically and ensuring that we act when we recognize that decision needs to be acted on. And I want to thank all of you who led us to get where we are here. No single person, staff person, board member, or a committee would have been able to do it if it was not for all of those pieces coming together to where we are right now. So please take a moment and think about this and reflect on this, where we had excellent staff, excellent committee members, a really superior way of checking in with the membership, understanding their needs to get where we are. All of that research that we have done as an entity and as an association, membership association, led us to where we are right here. And that's where I want to be on the record to say I encourage a vote yes on this motion. And I want to thank you for the duty of care at its best by making sure we get to where we are. So with that, thank you, and let's get to a vote with a roll call after Linnell checks in with Haley about something. So I'm going to take the floor for one more time and say, 25 years you're making this decision. I don't know if I'm going to be around in 5 years. This expires in 5 years, right? Continues. Continues. So there's sustainability. But it's important for us when someone asks us in 5 years or 3 years, why did you do it that way? And what changed from 1998 all the way into 2024? You have the answer. We did not increase the dues ever. And now we're increasing it sustainably to catch up and provide the services for the members that they deserve. And eventually for the children to get the help and the support and the castles of hope that we want to build for them. So with that, we're going to go for a roll call. It's been properly moved by Director Craig Albright and seconded by immediate past President Sonia McKenzie to, for OSBA Board adopt the proposed resolution regarding OSBA member dues and forward the resolution to OSBA member board for a vote as presented. Roll call.
Craig Albright. Jeff Crapper. Chris Cronin. Jackie Crook. Lori Denzuka. Katrina Dowdy. Neelam Gupta. Linda Hamilton. Chris Howitt.
Sorry, could you pause? Could you state your votes on the microphone, please?
Abstain, refer to Lane region members.
An abstention is recorded.
Trista Urban, Greg Kintz, Christy Kotke, Steve Lowell, Sonia McKenzie, Alonso Olivares, Chrissy Wrights, Clyde Rude, Nicole Schott, Emily Smith, Nancy Thomas, Glenn Wachter, Dawn Watson, 20 yeses and 1 abstain.
Seeing the votes are in the prevailing side for 20 yeses and 1 abstention, the motion passes. This is phenomenal. Do we need 5 minutes break or we're good to go? Let's keep rolling. Awesome. Before we move forward, I want to just share an answer to a board member who asked, and this answer apply to what we just voted on and what we would potentially vote on for a remainder of this morning. Is the OSBA resolution election. The period is this. All resolutions need to be submitted no later than September 27. So the decisions we make today, this is it. This is what comes to the ballots, basically, right? And after that, no later than October 15th, the resolution details along with an official ballot will be sent to the membership. And anywhere from November 15, 2024 through December 15, 2024. So November 15 to December 15, each member board in the state shall vote in the general election on resolutions, bylaws, amendments, and legislative policy priorities, and even numbered years only, using the weighted voting system outlined in the bylaws. So your board should have it on the packet somewhere between November 15 and December 15. With that, next item on the agenda is OSBA board members' Pride Caucus status and designated seat on OSBA Board of Directors and Legislative Policy Committee, an action. As a summary of what is this action, it is an action referral to the bylaws. As you recall, in 2018, there was the first caucus, the Caucus of Color, and shortly after the Caucus of Color has been approved by the membership through a referral resolution from this board, the OSBA Board of Directors created a guideline on how to create a caucus or to retire a caucus. And that process has been applied once. After that, when the rural caucus became a proposal to the membership after 1 year of an advisory committee. So the process dictates that you need to have at least 1 year of an advisory committee. Then if the board of directors recommends a resolution to form a caucus, the full membership gets to decide if the proposal passes, then you will have a caucus with voting seats. The rural caucus was established in 2024. And right now we do have another advisory committee, the LGBTQ 2A plus advisory committee that was established by this board about a year ago. And now today we have a proposal from the committee to establish a caucus. Today we have 60 minutes for us to receive a presentation about the advisory committee progress, goals, and proposal, and recommended resolution, and then for this board to ask questions, do a discussion and deliberation, and then vote on the motion. With that, the chair recognizes Katrina Dowdy and the Oregon LGBTQIA2S plus School Board Members Advisory Committee membership. So Katrina, and I believe Lupez, you're going to be co-presenting. The floor is yours.
Just want to make sure this is still on. Great. So first and foremost, I will say we don't plan on taking your full 60 minutes. I saw everyone's shoulders tense at that number. So we're really proud of the work we've done, and we are able to present it in a really intentional and concise way. And I'm proud of every member that we've had for this last year. I'm also incredibly grateful to have a partner in Guadalupe. I think it's really important that this is represented and supported all the way down our plethora of educational, the spectrum of education in the state. So the fact that we have directors and chairs on the State Board of Education supporting us, ODE supporting us with the Student Success Act and everything along the line, feels really impactful as we move forward on this work. Sammy also didn't realize how much he teed me up yesterday in his introduction, but specifically he talked about taking bricks and building a stone wall for castles of hope for our students, and presenting this idea for the last year really allowed me to see what a castle of hope, something like this caucus, could be. I am not going to share people's personal stories today because they're their stories to hold themselves. But I have had to figure out ways to hold a lot of space in my heart this last year for hearing a lot of stories from people of why this matters to them, why it matters to their students, or maybe even students they lost. And if anyone knows anything about history, specifically queer history, Stonewall is a very important experience in that history. And so hearing Sammy talk about the Stonewalls and Castles of Hope felt really, really like you were teeing us up. So I'm grateful for that. And as we dive in, just a little note of what we will be presenting today. Oh, next slide, please. I don't control this. So we'll be talking about understanding the need, especially from the State Board of Education community and letters of support and what this last year has looked like, our data, goals, and the OSBA alignment, and then eventually a motion. Next slide, please. I'll pass it over to Guadalupe.
And Katrina said that we weren't going to take the 60 minutes. We're going to take 59. I'm a storyteller, so I'm going to tell a story. I grew up poor. I grew up not just poor, I grew up very poor. Not destitute poor, not go hungry poor, but sometimes the food that we had, all the food that we had in the house was, you know, the proverbial government cheese and bread of, or a loaf of white bread and Spam. Poor. We grew up poor. Growing up poor was difficult, but I had a mother who was one of the most sage people. I'm her daughter, I'm going to say that. One of the most sage individuals I've ever known and met in my entire life. And I've lived in academia for a good portion of my life. To say that is a huge tribute to my mother. She was also a very pious, humble, religious person. She sat us down at least twice a week to do Bible study, because there's always an analogous story in the Bible for every occasion in life. Psalms and Proverbs were two of my favorite books. Wisdom only because of the name. But Proverbs were always feeding the way that we conducted ourselves in our lives. She would make us think and rethink and break our head trying to solve and figure out what the proverb was saying. I learned a lot from my mother. I learned a lot about teaching. I learned a lot about so many different things. And in spite of all the poverty, she gave us that equipment. She gave us those tools. Every summer, she would march us down to the library because books at the library were free. And we would have the week after school let out. We were down at the library checking out as many books as the card would allow us to check out. And when we finished reading those books, we would return to the library. And some of us a little bit quicker than the other ones in my household. But we were constantly reading. This is where I learned, I think, the love of academia, the love of reading. I love reading. I'm an avid reader. And I think that all of those things, the factors that have been my lived experience from the time that I was a child with this woman and a father who was one of the most diligent workers and dedicated, devout husbands and fathers, is what gave me who I am, what created my identity as a person, the character of individual that I am. I learned from my mother and father. We all have a story. We all have a story similar to mine. We all have a story that we cherish, that we hold in our heart, that contributes to who we are, that says, that speaks about everything in our character, in our identity, in our individuality. But oftentimes, we're not able to tell that story. We're not able to tell that story for fear of reprisal, for fear of ridicule, for fear of so many things that happen in our society, in our schools. Recently, I was talking to Dr. Rebecca Swindle, who incidentally wrote a letter of support for the caucus. And she is one of the members of the LGBTQ2 SIA plus Success Act Advisory Committee for the state, for ODE in the state. And she said, you know, we get a lot of comments, we get a lot of letters from throughout the state. Lots of people send us letters, sometimes they're celebrations, but celebrations about the accomplishments or how something notorious and positive has occurred in the state with regard to the LGBTQSIA plus community is rare. The majority of the letters that we receive, she said, are about hate crimes, about accosting, about bullying, about humiliation that still happens to students in our school districts. The majority, by far. And that is not the function, she says, that is not the function of this advisory committee. The function of this advisory committee is creating an infrastructure that supports students in this community. So my role here today is to tell you about understanding the need. The need from my perspective on the State Board of Education, which is very broad because I touch and speak with lots of people like you, other school board members, but students as well, and staff and administrators. And the constant story, the theme, cross-demographic, cross-sector, is that the work is far from finished. So I know I've heard in my previous presentation, a year ago, as Sammy mentioned, I talked about the need of having an LGBTQIA caucus. And I heard a good number of people express their support in this room, and also some concerns and some reservations because of personal values. I hear that. I hear that as well. Here today, though, the conversation and the vote before you is not about that. It's not about our personal value or opinion. It's about honoring, dignifying students, staff, administrators, and some of your peers in this room. I know, because I've spent time with you all, every single one of you in this room, I know that the reason that you're here is because you care about the dignity and the respect of every individual. And so I call on that belief, on that very deep held belief that I know you all have, to vote for the dignity and respect of the students, the staff, and the peers that you're here to serve with. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Guadalupe. Next slide, please. So Guadalupe is a storyteller in the traditional sense of storytelling, and sometimes I find myself storytelling more with graphics and data to do a little bit of the comprehensive storytelling. And so I think that when we tell a story and when we share a need, some people absorb that need really successfully by hearing the simple plea and by hearing stories of others. And some people need to absorb that story with data and infographics more. And so I just want to share the work that has happened over this last year. I know that this style of presentation hasn't been required of previous caucuses, but I think it's really important to show the work that we've done over the last year. And the thing that I'll especially highlight is this is the work that I was able to do mostly as an individual with an unpaid space in a singular year. And so when we are talking with our membership and our community members and the supporters we have throughout the state, and we see each of those teal hearts, and yes, the teal is selected for a specific reason, I think that we can see what one singular unfunded year can accomplish, and then we can envision what a year of being a caucus and having that funding and having that strategic support could look like and what that impact would really mean for our state. One of the things that I really want to call your attention to is consistently. Every single meeting, 75 to 90% of our committee meetings are made up of folks serving rural students and rural communities. And I think it's really important that we highlight that because consistently the folks showing up are saying, we do not have any sort of resource like this in our communities. We have no support like this for our students. We have no support like this in our schools, and we want to figure out how to do that. We want to figure out how to best adopt the Student Success Act. We want to figure out how best to support our students and understand policies or have really strong positional understanding of these policies and why they were created. And they're wanting that support space. And so what I find is the external rhetoric is that this need is only coming from Multnomah County, or this need is only coming from the Tri-County area. And really, when I look at who is in the space with me every day, I want to ensure that their voices are not erased and their presence is respected, because almost every single portion of our rural coastal communities are in that space with me every time. And that is really important. They are saying, we have no resources, we are driving 2 hours for hospitals, we need this support for our students, and we are seeing drastic outcomes when we don't have that support. And so I just really wanted to stay on the slide for a while so you can see all of the names. You'll see that quite a few are also, there's at least 2 members. These are actively engaged community members that are our voting members and that are a part of our mailing list and our advisory committee and plan to be a part of the caucus. And so when we vote, and we're all voting as regional representatives for our communities, I just wanted to make sure that we are all considering that our communities are wanting us to vote and support them, and they're consistently willing to show up to ensure that that happens. Next slide, please. The next thing I'll highlight is we have 2 slides of some letters of support that we got. We did not send this out as a requirement. In fact, there were a number of our advisory committee members that weren't able to solicit letters of support from their full board. Mostly this was because of a board timing requirement as far as soliciting letters of support in time from a full board to ensure that they could be here today. But we did get some, and we acknowledge that it's even more work to get a full comprehensive letter of support from a full board. So we're grateful for the 3 that were able to do that. We also had a number of board members who individually sent us letters of support, and those are very in-depth, thoughtful letters of support. I had to create a really hard and fast time deadline to support Linnell. And so some of the lists that you'll see here were included in your packet. And if folks did not get it in by the packet deadline date, I'm happy to send that to you if you'd like to review it, but some just weren't able to make the packet deadline. Next slide, please. So we also received letters of support from other forms of educational support or educational advocates, from superintendents, from social emotional learning experts, from educational community partners like COSA, as well as community partners, especially the Rural Progress and Rural Organizing Project. I actually met them in California, and they were so excited to hear about this, so excited to see the membership that we had involved in this work. And within 24 hours, their whole board had approved a letter of support. So it's just really exciting to see that when people hear about it, the momentum rolls quickly. Next slide. And Sammy touched on this a little bit, but just a highlight of our journey. And so we started with the proposal, became an advisory committee, have done the work as an advisory committee for the last year, and then we are here asking for a vote of the board. Again, I highlight that during most of this time, the expertise and the folks at the table are primarily majority rural communities that are guiding this and asking for this to happen. The really beautiful thing about that too is it's allowed me to do collaborative outreach. And so when folks are interested, I can say, not only can you be a part of this advisory committee, but did you know we have a rural caucus? And here's how you can get engaged in it. And here's their website, and here's their link, and here's how to be a part of that. Because it doesn't do us any good to work in silos. And so I've really been able to harness this opportunity to also highlight the work that the Rural Caucus is doing and really encourage that collaboration. And it feels heartening because a lot of them had maybe voted in their local school board, but didn't really know what it was doing or why it existed, and they just thought it was something great to support. And so being able to tie and echo the language of the Rural Caucus all along the way has felt helpful. One other thing that we had heard from quite a few of our advisory committee members was that they had members who were representing them on OSBA that were perhaps concerned about voting yes for this caucus because they were worried about budget and the budget implications of a caucus. First, I'll say you all actually already reviewed and approved our potential Pride Caucus being a part of the budget. The other thing that we heard echoed a little bit was that there were a lot of fiscal concerns for OSBA, and that was a concern for having a caucus. And I'll say if $10,000 is what makes an organization go under, we have a lot bigger problems. And so that's not actually a resounding concern I've heard from either OSBA staff, from our budget experts. But it was really wonderful to have folks share, especially during summer board, the concerns that they had, the concerns that they had heard, and then we could have really meaningful discussions about what the budgetary implication actually is, what budgets have been approved, what that would look like, what we plan to do with the budget. And each question and each concern was really an opportunity for learning. And we were really grateful to be able to have that. I'll just also highlight that at summer board, that felt so rewarding to be able to be given that space by OSBA. And it was clear from our membership that folks were wanting that space. 2 out of 3 of the summer board hot topic roundtables were standing room only, where we were stealing chairs from all the nearby tables. And each time that was different people in each round. And so it really tells us that our membership wants to learn more, is wanting to know about this process, and feels like this is vital for their community. And during that time, we gained 22 additional emails and 30 participants. And so what we can see is that was only a month ago, maybe 2 months ago. Time's a little hard. But to build that momentum each time we have the opportunity to hold that space and to have that spotlight tells us how hungry our communities are for this engagement and this support. Next slide. A little bit of the data, because again, some folks learn in different ways or are moved in different ways. So the reality of what brings us to this table is not just building community. It's not just saying this is an important identity for us to support, or this is an important space for us to have. Our why is our youth. It is our students, it is our staff, it is our schools, and making sure they are safe. And just like when I presented this last year, this year it is September. Therefore, it is Suicide Awareness Month. And we really cannot have this discussion without recognizing that that is what brings us to this space. That is why many of our school districts have asked us to create this space, is because they have to throw up their hands and say, we don't know what else to do. Please help us make safer spaces for our students. And that has to do with suicidality. And so we have to hear those needs. We have to hear it from public health professionals, from education professionals, and that's really what draws us to the space. Is it great to be in community? Yes. Is it wonderful to feel supported by your peers? Yes. But more than anything, I want to see those numbers go down. I want to see less broken-hearted parents. I want to see less broken schools by reducing these suicidality. So that's really what brings us to this space. I know those are hard words to hear, and I may be speaking about something that directly touched you or your family, and I apologize for needing to bring up what could be really triggering or trauma for you, and that is the reality of what brings us here. Next slide. What we have engaged in over this last year, which is tasked with every advisory committee, other than building the community that we intend to see represented in the caucus and creating that community engagement and building that awareness, you're also tasked with very explicit goals of creating a mission, creating goals. You'll see our bylaws in your packet. All of the required materials have been created over this last year. But bylaws are not a joy to read out loud, nor to read on your computer. So we're just highlighting specifically the mission and the key goals here. And I want to read specifically the mission out loud because not only does this mission echo the missions that our other caucuses have, it is truly what brings us to this point. So it is to promote quality education for all students with an emphasis on the unique needs of LGBTQIA2S+ students, staff, and board members. And you'll see our goals here. They are ambitious, but they are also specific. They are deeply in line with ODE goals, with State Board of Education goals, with the goals of our member school board districts. And so the other thing I'll highlight is that although I am often speaking about this work, at no point over this last year have there been any unilateral decision. Every step of the way, every goal, every mission, every word you see here was a collaborative effort. And every slide has been reviewed, every word has been built together. And I just think that that's really important that I share that although I'm the spokesperson for this group, this is not my work alone. Next slide, please. And so just a reminder of kind of what also brings us here is there's always an ask with building a caucus or an advisory committee of what the alignment is to OSBA. And so I think it's really clear when we look at the intentional goals and mission of this potential caucus, how deeply it aligns with the mission, vision, and values of OSBA. I think there's a reason why it was supported from the beginning. I also have been really honored to feel deeply supported in this work by Emily Neshik and feel like in all realms, both board and staff, people understand the mission of this work and see the need of this space in our schools. Being able to have OSBA staff supporting us in this mission and being part of the advisory committee has felt incredibly valuable and like an honor. And so I just want to share that that weaving all of those pieces together, both the mission, vision, and values of OSBA and the needs that our community are calling for has brought us to this place. And I'm just grateful to be able to highlight that for you all. Next slide, please. And then if you all remember last year, and I know not everyone was a board member last year, but Guadalupe told a really inspiring story and an analogy specifically about how we are a functioning body. And sometimes when we say a functioning body, we literally just mean an organization. But really, the conversation, the story was about how we are a body and the fact that some parts of us are a heart and some parts are a lungs and some parts are a kidney, and we cannot function individually. There needs to be that intentional collaboration, or a lung by itself will just cease to live. And so I thought that that was really important to weave in a different version. And we've seen that really succinctly over this last year with all of our rural community folks wanting to know more about this caucus and the color caucus and the rural caucus. And when you really think about what intersectionality means, that's what these caucuses bring. Is it is not only a space for one topic, it is a space to highlight the specific needs and concerns of a community in collaboration and working intrinsically with the other groups. And so, for example, when we think about the upcoming convention, we all worked hard as caucus leadership or advisory committee leadership to ensure that we weren't double booked. That is because it is unfair for us to ask our membership to pick which of their identities they value the most, and therefore what room they can be in. We recognize that there are like queer people of color in rural communities, and those students have the hardest time in their schools. And so we really want to be able to make sure that those students and the staff that are supporting them and the board members that are advocating for them can be in each of those spaces meaningfully and not asked to break off an arm and a leg here and there in sake of their whole body. So the holistic nature of this work, and I think the intersectional identities that our students have, is really what brought us to this space today. Next slide. I knew we wouldn't use all 60 minutes, guys. This slide does not match my slide, so I'm going to read my slide, and please recognize it will not be the same words there, but it will align with the motion that is in your packet. So specifically, it is I, Katrina Dowdy, move the OSBA Board of Directors adopts the proposed resolution regarding the creation of the Oregon School Board Members Pride Caucus and designated seats on the OSBA Board of Directors and Legislative Policy Committee, and forward the resolution to OSBA member boards for a vote as presented.
Motion is in order. Is there a second? Could you state that into the record over the mic, please?
Chris Howitt, second.
Thank you. So I'm going to suspend discussion and allow questions first, if that's okay. So the motion is in order, and I would like us to go over a round of tables. It will be easier to hand the mic. And here's what I want to do. First of all, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the labor of work and love that you put into this work. And frankly, thank you for each one of you. I know you brought in ideas, thoughts into this, and sometimes questions that you may want to have answered. So I want us to pause our thoughts or ideas first and bring our curiosities at the beginning. So the curiosity is a question. It could be procedural. It could be historical. It could be about the work of the committee. Whatever question that comes to mind, please let's prioritize those first. The way I want to go about it is this. I'm going to go randomly, this table, this table, this table, that table, and ask your questions. I'm going to note them down. And also, I would like to ask Katrina and Guadalupe, and also any former or current caucus leaderships in other caucuses and staff to write down notes. And I'll make sure after we capture all questions and curiosities, sometimes there's overlap between two questions, so it's best to answer them all in one way. So that's what we're going to do. After we go through, everybody ask their questions, and we did our best ability to refer to folks to answer those questions, then we will be able to move to discussion. The 60 minutes was for the conversation as well, so I think we are going to be on track if we keep our questions succinct and then our comments to the motion. So with that, Feel free to say pass or ask your question. Who's the nearest to the mic? Chris Howitt, you're first, and then we're going to go clockwise.
Chris Howard, I'm in favor of the motion.
Please, questions first.
No questions, thanks.
Yes, thanks.
No questions.
No questions.
No questions.
No questions.
Let's go this way, that way.
Thank you. I just have a quick question about the budget. I saw that it looked like it was mostly for board development. Can you just talk a little bit about what that would look like or how you envision that to work?
So question, we'll pause and answers. A question about board development and how the budget is going to be distributed. And Don, any questions? No questions? Sonia?
Thank you for the presentation. What I really was intrigued by was you highlighting the intersectionality, and I think that it creates an opportunity. If we potentially have 3 caucuses, what do you envision for the way that they could connect and collaborate or convene?
Thank you. Questions, Chris Cronin?
My question would be, what would be your objective in how to assist board members with if this caucus were to develop?
Thank you. Question captured. Let's go to this table and Greg Kentz.
In the membership part of the description of the caucus being formed, it says that in order to become a member, you have to identify as part of that. And I'm wondering if this has, if the other caucuses have that kind of language where you absolutely have to be, because I do know from the rural caucus, our region has 14 districts, but it only has 12 of those that are rural. But anyone inside of that district, including people from other places, can be a member of the caucus. And my question is, that makes it very exclusive to say that not only do you have to live within there, but you also have to identify as that. And that's what my question is, why is that language so exclusive?
Thank you. And I'm going to capture the question may have 2 dimensions. One into the historical context of how rural membership and how color caucus membership are, and then another one, how the advisory committee is. Jackie.
Yes, I have some questions on the bylaws. Bylaw number 5.2.2, special meetings. And only the president or the executive committee can call that. No process for members. 5.4 quorum, and a quorum is the executive committee, which is a concern. And then 5.7, the executive director of OSBA shall designate a staff, the word shall. And
Could you ask, clarify your question? What's your question regarding shall?
Well, it's telling OSBA that they shall do something instead of may.
Got it.
Okay. And then 6.4.2. No, it's 6.4.3. You have the past president being 2 calendar years, and then you have the president having 1 year or maybe 2, so you may have 2 past presidents or 2, and there's 2 presidents could be at a time. And so I'm a bit curious about that. Thank you. Oh, one other thing, and this, I saw that on the that South Coast ESD is on the list of letters and support, and and as the vice chair of our board, I don't know how we're a part of that. We have a board member that has been really interested in this caucus, but as a board and as an ESD, I'm not aware of being asked to have support.
The presentation lists lots of support, which is great from different school districts. My concern is there a district that you're aware of, the local district that provide this services currently to the school? And ODE has the belonging policy as well as the student success. But is there a district you're aware of that is local district that is not, providing services in this area? Because there's a lot of support up there that I saw up there. I would like to know if there's any district local district that's not providing.
No question.
My question is, how does this involve the Division 22 requirements? Because we all vote in October, if you're a school district, that we have policies and procedures in place, and ODE has an extensive handbook for school districts with every student belongs that really discusses how we handle these situations. So I guess my concern is hearing school board members saying we have no resources, we don't know what to do, really pertains to the fact that that handbook and that information is very clear on the ODE website. And I actually help students and organizations with that in my other role. And so how are we recreating the will, or how can we currently partner with procedures and policies that are already in place?
I just had a comment similar to Chris Cronin on what the support would look like for the district.
Thank you. You can keep that one, actually.
No questions.
No questions.
No questions.
I see there's a number of letters of support. I just wanted to know maybe the percentage of districts that boards had actually supported this.
Did everybody get a chance to ask a question? I believe so. So there's really a slew of good questions, and to the best of your ability, I want to give you an opportunity to answer them. I feel probably it's best to give you an opportunity to answer all the questions you can, and then there might be some historical things related to color caucus or related to procedural. I'll defer to other caucuses and staff to fill in any gaps, so feel free to defer to that if you want. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So because it was a big chunk of the questions, I'll specifically address the bylaw questions first, because I think that that's a good place to start. First what I'll highlight is these bylaws mirror the really significant expertise that was created from the Color Caucus and their procedures and process. Actually each highlighted concern is exactly what already exists in the Color Caucus bylaws. Either we as an organization need to address those concerns for the existing caucuses already, or I think we would then need to question why it is a concern only for this caucus, and just have that discussion together. Right now, we most closely mirror the Color Caucus for a few reasons, mostly because that is identity-based as opposed to location-based. And the phrasing that was concerning as far as someone's identity, first, we will not ask for a test. This is self-attested, just like with the Color Caucus. Although folks of color do not get to have protection by choosing to not disclose that often, whereas that is a form of protection that some members of the Pride Caucus would have. But again, similar to the Color Caucus, we actually borrow this definition specifically from the Color Caucus and the Color Caucus bylaws. And just as they allow for supporters, we allow for allies, but that is different than members of the leadership itself. And I believe that is the same with the Color Caucus. So We chose to borrow from the wisdom of those that spent a really long time and very diligent time creating the Color Caucus, their bylaws, their rules, their theories, their goals. And so that language you will see mirrored.
Katrina, may I ask a question? I've never seen the bylaws of the caucus.
We
The
voted
color
on
of
them.
caucus.
Yeah,
Okay.
you voted on them.
But because my introduction on the board was to vote yes for the color caucus was my very first vote on this board. Okay. And this has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that the idea that the quorum of a board is the executive committee. I would object if that was the OSBA
Jackie,
rule.
can I ask you for a favor?
Yes.
I want to give them an opportunity to address as many questions as possible, and I believe there might be other answers that will help give you the big
Okay.
picture. But I just want to provide the opportunity that they address all questions, and if there is any follow-up, we can either hash it out or move forward with an action plan to address them, if that makes sense. Sounds good. So is there any further answers? I believe.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that you could see the color caucus bylaws. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I just wanted to point out you could see the color caucus bylaws online. We have an OSBA hosted webpage that has, the bylaws on it, and I imagine probably also the same thing for the rural caucus. I see Emily nodding, so same thing for the rural caucus.
I think it's an opportunity. I appreciate the questions, Jackie, and I think it's an opportunity for all of us, for all of the caucuses to consider the bylaws. I want to address a couple of the questions that we got. One with regard to duplicative service or Division 22 and the intersection of Division 22 with this caucus. The purpose is very different. There's a distinct difference between the standards that a school district has to follow and comply with, which is the Division 22 that Director Crapper mentioned, and the role of a caucus within this organization, which is mostly policy oriented and legislative advocacy driven as well. So there is an intersect in making sure that we are on common ground and have common objectives. However, they're two very different things. And similarly, with the role of even advisory committees within school districts, that's for the purpose of a local school district, and it's there to serve, much like the LGBTQIA Success Act Advisory Committee and plan, to serve building an infrastructure for local districts and for the state, as opposed to advocating for policy and or legislation within OSBA, with the arm of OSBA, behind the caucus. So the purposes are distinct enough that this is not a duplication of the services that already exist. It's, again, I'm going to reference the other caucuses that we already have. It would be like saying we don't need a caucus or a rural caucus because we already have entities within the school districts that advocate, or rules that advocate for students in that regard. I think one of the other questions that I think Chris gave or brought up is how do we, let me see if I can find it, Chris, I'm sorry. What is the objective and how do we assist board members, I think is one of the questions that we got. Yeah. So that is a beautiful question. I think that is the crux of the work that the caucus will have, is how to outreach to board members. We don't have a recipe for it quite yet, but we believe that the work that is before the caucus will be developing that outreach that needs to happen, much like the other caucuses have been doing. I think there needs to be concise and accurate diligent collaboration with other organizations, entities, advisories in the state that already are working towards the service and advocacy of the LGBTQIA plus population, but distinct, right? Identifying how distinct we are, and that this is a service that is available to school districts and school boards via their school boards. Elam,
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Guadalupe was saying and mention that the Color Caucus, we, have members who self-identify as board members of color, as well as we have a friends list. And, we invite everyone to all of our meetings and convenings. I've seen many of you at them and, really enjoyed that conversation and interaction. And also wanted to, gosh, there was another point. I'll get it back and I'll get the mic back.
And then just a few more of the questions. So specifically, I know one of the questions is about the budget and board development. And I think that that's a really insightful question that we actually cannot answer until we become a caucus to the fullest extent that we would like to answer it. And the reason is because I don't make unilateral decisions, and we knew the checklist of materials we needed to have to bring this to a vote, and that was specifically a baseline budget. And so we created a baseline budget mirrored off of the Rural Caucus and the Color Caucus and estimated what our needs would be. But we agreed as an advisory committee that once we became a caucus, we would then use our first few meetings to really dig into how we feel we would best utilize those funds to address the needs of the members, because we also don't fully know until it happens what the membership will entirely look like, because each month we are getting more people asking to be added to the mailing list interested in becoming members. And I think taking a guess doesn't do our folks justice. And so I know that specifically there was a lot about collaborative learning opportunities. There was also discussion, since so many of our folks are from rural communities, about having a hard time getting to the OSBA learning opportunities. So I think similar to the Rural Caucus, a lot of our funds will most likely be used to make sure that those opportunities are possible for those folks, for our members. That is why it is relatively vague, just as it was with the Rural Caucus and the Color Caucus, is because it needs to be member driven, and that will happen when there is a actual membership. The other question specifically, if you looked at the list, specifically the map, and you saw your district listed there, and you thought, I don't know that I'm a part of this, that is because those are individual board members who are members of the advisory committee. That does not require a vote from your board. That does not require unanimous support from your board. That means you had at least a singular, if not, there was a X and a 2 next to it, but at least a singular board member from your board or from your regional board who is a member of the advisory committee and engaged in this process. I think that we've answered the questions, but now can we circle back and have folks raise their hands? Oh, please. Oh, great.
Yeah, I also wanted to mention, what we do each cycle of elections. We will send out an interest form to all board members, asking them to self-identify either as a board member of color or to indicate interest in being included in our friends list. And so that's how we collect names. And then, throughout the year, as board members are appointed, we also will reach out to them and provide them an opportunity for participation.
Yeah, the one question around, I think it was 5.5.7 in the bylaws, the ED shall designate staff. And that is really in there so that there is consistency and an expectation across all caucuses that there would be a designated staff person to be able to support that. That is both for ensuring that the caucuses and there's communication flowing both ways. It's ensuring that public meeting law is followed, and really to make sure that if there's a transition in an executive director and everyone goes, who does that? It's in the bylaws and there's a place to look and see. And then the caucuses know that there's an expectation that they would have staff support there. So there's flexibility in what that looks like, but just to have it in there so there's more clarity.
I also wanted to touch on, I think Sonia had asked a question about collaboration among the caucuses. And, as the Color Caucus, we have met periodically with the Rural Caucus to share information, share support. Oh, sorry, okay. So, so Sonia had asked a question about collaboration among the caucuses. So as the Color Caucus, we have met periodically with the Rural Caucus to share information, to provide support to each other, because, I know that you touched on this point in your presentation. I think there is more shared among the caucuses. And so, really having that intentional connection and information sharing, I think, is really critical. And you'll also see some evidence of that in when we talk about the bylaws revision.
Thank you. So really appreciate the answering of the questions to the best of your abilities. Now, I want to go back to the full board, and whether you have a follow-up question on an answer that was already shared or an additional question, you could follow up on a question from someone else. That's totally okay. Let's do another round. And we have two people eager to share a question here. So I'll start with Jackie, and we'll go this way. And Jeff, we'll go to you.
Okay. I'll start with the word shall. I have a real problem with that. I think that that if the OSBA wants to have a staff person working with our caucuses, then it should come from our governance. In our governance and policy, it should be. I don't think a caucus should tell us that we shall do something. I think that comes from our governance part, and that I have no idea what the caucus. I have never had a reason to look at their bylaws, but I'm on the bylaw committee, and so now I am looking critically as presented. Okay, and Katrina, it has nothing to do. It's just who I am. When it comes.
Thank you,
okay.
Jackie. Appreciate
but
it.
But the other, can I just in that way
Keep
we
it
can
with
just,
questions, not discussion, though.
No, I know. I was just making the comment. Now, the other thing that I have a problem with, a concern with, is that the quorum is the executive committee, and that's 5 people in the organization, and I'm not sure that that's a good policy. It's not something I could support on this board or on any board. I think, and so those are the two issues that I have with the bylaws.
Sammy, at this point, am I responding question by question or no?
Let's go another round of questions. Make sure we build on each other's questions, and then we go for answers. And I know we're eager for debate, and I'm going to hold my biological break for 10 more minutes, and then I need a break for 5 minutes before we go to discussion. So let's go for another round of questions only.
Sammy, I guess this is one question that you could possibly help out with. But I was trying to find what other states use, and I don't see anything on the NSBA as far as caucus for specific groups. And so I guess my question to you, but also to the committee, is, a big part of what we do is past practice or what other organizations do. And I can't find that online. And so I guess that would be helpful history, is what do other states do with these groups that are traditionally underserved? And then second, what is done at the national level? Because I know you're our NSBA rep. And so those would be 2 things that'd be helpful.
Thank you. I was going to answer. I'll put it down here, and I'll answer it.
No question.
Thank you. Let's go this table. Anybody in this table have a follow-up question? This table? Any follow-up questions?
So my question is, on the membership, it was if you identify and then you were talking about. So I guess my question is, what about those that are not, that want to be a member but aren't ready to say, I identify, and then if they are a member, then they automatically have identified in some people's eyes. So was there a conversation about that? That's the only concern I have, is that that language could cause some inner problems.
Anyone from this table? That table questions? Yeah, Mike?
Perhaps I missed it, but the number or percentage of boards that supported.
I will start with a few answers that might give context actually to a few things, and then I'll go. Oh, sorry. More questions. Thank you.
So first off, Sammy, for you, would the board as an entirety entertain maybe convening and going over the expectations or bylaws for the caucuses to more unilaterally make them the same? I think that might help with some of the questions that we're having today. For the caucus or for the committee, would you entertain taking it to your people? Just going to leave it at people. To maybe change some of these things to better align with what the questions are today. For Neelam, when was the Color Caucus established? I wasn't here for that. 2018? So
2018. Sonia is one of our founding sisters here.
So, like I said, those are just some of my questions, and it was more for the whole community.
Thank you. Any further questions? So I'm going to talk OSBA related, and I'll let you talk about some of the follow-ups. But there is a few things I want to share with you as a background, and maybe touches on what Jackie shared, and also a few questions. So let's start with caucuses. We really were on the bleeding edge of this kind of model on a state level. Nationally, it's been going on probably for 50 years on the National School Board Association. So what I'll share is the National School Board Association have 5 or 6 equity councils. They call them equity councils. One of them is the Urban Council of School Boards, and it still includes rural, but the name is urban. It's about the unique needs of students in urban areas and any common themes that touches rural areas as well. You have the Native American, you have the Alaskan Indian, the Black National Black Council, and what am I missing? The Hispanic National Council. And those councils are also by membership. They have a different model, which is if any of your students in your district are affiliated with this identity, then you may become a member, you pay dues, and you become part of the national council. And each one of those national councils, as of 2 years ago, they borrowed our model, and they said, you know what? They deserve to be voting members. They shouldn't be just ex officios. So now you have 6 national councils with the national board. Yeah, it's nowhere. That's why I started actually a study outside OSBA, where I'm working with a couple of folks where we're basically going through every bylaw, every website, calling states associations. And I can report we have California, Idaho, Oregon, and it escapes me, there's 2 more states. So about 5 states with affinity group, council, caucus, and they're mentioned in their bylaws. That does not preclude some that may not have them in their bylaws. So the practices are varied. You have some of them where you have a voting seat on the governing board. Some of them is just an affinity group without any bylaws or any procedures. And some of them have an ex officio representation. And we have been working with other states. I think Washington is one of them where we're sharing our best practices. It's been going a really good conversation around how we're learning from each other. And I'm hoping to share with this board, possibly by November, if not before, a thorough study of all of these diverse representations and practices. Now, back to Oregon School Board Association procedures, I want to highlight how we adopt those caucus bylaws and how they change. So bear with me, it's a little bit nuanced, but it makes sense if I go over it maybe twice. So let me try first time. And Bob and Haley, correct me if I'm wrong. First step, when we approve as a governing board a formation of a caucus recommendation, we have to approve it with tentative bylaws that are a draft. Those tentative bylaws that are a draft have to be vetted by OSBA legal counsel with two things: compliance with the law and compliance with our own procedures governing documentations. After we recommend it to the membership in Corvallis and Dayton will see the packets, and they will see those bylaws, including how the bylaws may be amended. Okay? Let's say you vote on it, just like you voted on the color caucus and the rural caucus. Now you have an official caucus with official bylaws that's both OSBA board and council and the membership approved, including a way for amendments. And just like the Constitution, you have multiple ways to change your bylaws. Each caucus have, I would call it, quasi-autonomous way of changing their bylaws. The way that they would do it, they will modify their bylaws and they will notify the membership. There is a notification that's very strict, like you need to notify the membership about it, do it in your general meeting. And before they do that, they have to run it through OSBA legal counsel to verify again that those amendments are still compliant with the law and with any policies on governing rules. Now, those updates comes to you as a governing board through the annual updates of the caucuses. Now, let's say through our procedures, we decide we want to do something different about how we do oversight around the bylaws, which is actually coming up right after this hour. If we decide to do that, that becomes supreme to each caucus, and they have to abide by it. So if we change the rules and say, you got to give us an update every 3 months, hypothetically, which I think is actually something similar to what we're going to have, they need to give us frequent updates, then they have to do it even if it is not in their bylaws. So I hope I answered some questions about institutionality. Unless I said something really wrong or slightly wrong, please correct me if there is any clarification.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nothing you said was wrong, but I think one point of information might be helpful, which is that I think it's safe to say that the school board members of color caucus bylaws were adopted without our involvement. I'm not sure what the legal review of that was. What I do know is that when we were presented with these bylaws to take a look at them, what we did was say, let's make it consistent with the color caucus bylaws for now, so that if there are any changes that need to be made for whatever reasons or concerns people might have, from the caucus themselves to the board members here, those can be addressed consistently throughout those bylaws. So our recommendation was proceed with these bylaws because you'll have consistency within your current caucuses. And if you're going to make any changes, make them globally so that you continue to have consistency within the caucus bylaws.
And just a point of clarification too. Although we were mentioning when the color caucus was created, the bylaws were last reviewed and updated last year. So the source that we were modeling our bylaws off of is not the original bylaws of the color caucus. They've been legally reviewed and were updated last year. So I think that that's an important note. And again, the mirroring between the rural caucus and the color caucus and ours, the concerns about shall and quorum and those things, those are all mirrored from the other caucus bylaws, which have been reviewed by this organization and voted on by the members here. And in fact, last year, when the rural caucus was created, those bylaws were voted on by the majority of folks in this room last year. So I think, as was mentioned, there's a reason why we are mirroring so that there is symmetry throughout this organization. And if we find that these are issues that we agree should collaboratively be fixed in all of the caucus spaces, that is an effort that we can make as an organization. But I think it's important to recognize the reason we have the mirroring we do is so we can speak as a whole voice in a collaborative space. I heard words like, I wouldn't vote for this if there was this language, and I would caution against that if that is something we equally voted for in the rural caucus last year, because we are doing this modeling. So bylaw edits can happen, and it sounds like they need to happen unilaterally, but I think that that is different than the vote.
Let's keep it to answers, not discussion.
That is an answer to the bylaw question.
All right. So with that, I believe it's time now to go into formal deliberation.
But I have to
There's-
answer 2 more questions.
Yeah, there's a couple of other
right.
questions that we can answer. That
Please.
the one that Director Albright brought up about board approval, we haven't sent it to the boards yet. The letters of support that we got were garnered by the committee members thus far. And I also wanted to add, just in the comment that Katrina just made, that it was approved by you all, the bylaws, also the existing caucus bylaws, and scrutinized by legal counsel. So it wasn't just approved, they weren't just approved, our bylaws were also scrutinized by legal counsel. So
The other question that I want to address is specifically about how more often than not we do look to leadership in other states and see where we can follow suit, where we have folks that are already building support. I was actually in Oakland 2 months ago for a national leadership conference of mostly school board members. And we intentionally held space to have these discussions because we actually will be leading the nation in this work. We will be the first caucus of this sort, specifically a funded caucus at a statewide level. And there were so many states that were really wanting to hear the playbook of sorts, the path we took, how we drew off the knowledge from the color caucus and the rural caucus and their pathways. As unfortunately is the case, Oregon often is leading the way in identifying the needs of our communities and trying to highlight and echo those voices. And so, to the best of my knowledge, there is not a funded statewide Pride caucus that exists in this type of format, and that's something that many state partners are watching and really excited to learn how to draw off that playbook.
One more question that have not been answered. Yes, please. Thank you. And the question of Don was?
It was, did you have discussion about having a
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Right. Yeah. We actually we had that discussion quite a bit. Again, just like with the color caucus, there is folks that can self-identify and be members, and then there is also ally or friend opportunities, so you can hold whatever space feels best for you. I think what the consensus, and again, this is not my unilateral decision, I'm sharing what the group believed, but the group believed that they were often already known and or targeted in their community for who they were as was, and they felt like this intentional space helped them relieve some of that concern and highlighted that identity as opposed to forcing them to share that identity. They also shared that they would feel comfortable holding the ally role or the space if they were not comfortable sharing their identity. So at this moment, the consensus from the advisory committee was that they felt comfortable mirroring the language of the color caucus. But just as we talked about earlier, if we find that we have more and more interest and more people believe that that doesn't feel safe for them, that is 100% something we are willing and able to discuss and change.
All right, clarification on question before we go to recess.
I was just going to say, well, because at the color caucus, if you're an ally, it's different. You aren't part of the discussion. So is that ally piece is that going to be different where they can no. So if you're an ally, so that's where I'm kind of like, if you're an ally and yeah, I I don't I feel like I want to make sure everyone's included, and I feel like this may cause some inner turmoil or some exclusion, and I don't think you guys want to exclude anyone at all, but that's my concern.
Wait, one other thing that I think I'll highlight, and I think that's a really great concern, and that's why this is one of the topics that I think we spent the most time on over the last year in the advisory committee. And again, why we chose to mirror the color caucus is we actually have a less definitive definition than the color caucus because it is people of color. There is a plus in our name. It can be, do you identify under this word called pride? And what that means for you. And so by nature of LGBTQIA2S+, there are many, many identities that fit under that. And in fact, some very traditional, for example, two-spirit. So everything that's breadth and depth, I think people automatically assume if you were in this space, then you would identify as queer. But I think it's really important, and one of the things we hope to provide education on is what all of those letters mean and what those identities mean for our students. So just by nature of even the letters and the plus means that we wouldn't by nature know what someone's identity is by them being in that space.
So I want to put a face on how that experience looks like because I think it's really important. Some of you are approving a caucus for the first time, and some of you have been through that like 3 times, right? I was one of those who really were worried about the definition when I went to Belgrade, the president of the caucus at the time, and I was like, "Hey, I'm Middle Eastern according to the federal definitions." Like, Sami, don't say anymore. This is our caucus. This is our membership. Do you believe that you're a member? I was like, "Yeah," and that was it. And that was it. I have been member since then. And the only question that they ask, are you a member? And here is the description of our membership. So I just want to make sure that's how it is in practice. As we continue doing these things and as things evolve in the national and state legal frame, we are always provided with counsel and advice on how we can make sure we're doing everything right.
Absolutely.
And I want to really thank this conversation because it helps us really understand how it is happening on the ground. And I hope that experience that we've been through for the Color Caucus for 3 years is informative of how it is for you. I want to say I want to give you opportunity for discussion equal to everybody else's opportunity to discussion after a 10 minutes bathroom break and then 5 minutes? Just 5 minutes? Okay, just 5 minutes. 5 minutes bathroom break. One request before we go to bathroom break. You may discuss anything like how's the weather? How's the afternoon? But when we come back and someone says, well, we talked during the break this and that, that's not really good practice. So let's make sure deliberation on this topic happens in public. So let's wait in 5 minutes. We are in recess 11:22 until 11:27. The meeting is coming back to order. Please feel free to stay standing or take your seats. When Robert's Rules of Order work, if you feel hot or cold, you can raise your hand anytime and say point of personal privilege. So check in with people, point of personal privilege. How do you feel, especially in this corner, in terms of temperature? If you want to prop the door open, if it's too hot, you can do that. So feel free to let us know how you feel. Are you okay with the temperature as is? If you want some of the breeze, feel free to open the doors. Okay. With that, get people settle in. So to review where we are, we have a motion in order, and the motion is to recommend refer the adoption of the Pride Caucus to the members. And we had an opportunity to ask questions and have them answered. I want to recognize usually the one who makes the motion gets the first time to speak, but since there was a really thorough presentation and you got lots of opportunity to answer questions, I want to go over the room, and I'll go randomly again from this table again, and we'll zigzag, if that's okay. And what we'll do is, an announcement. Good news or bad news? Looks like it's going to be 1 o'clock, folks. So we're going to miss the beginning of the Beavers game if we continue on track on where we are. So we're going to anticipate to finish at 1 o'clock. I will do my utmost best to meet the deadline of finishing up earlier. Lunch will be available for us at noon. So I think the smell of the cardamom will be replaced with food smell, which makes us maybe go quicker. So 1 o'clock is the expectation. I really hope we finish before. With that, this table, please limit your discussion to a succinct 1 minute so we can keep everybody on track. And who wants to start? And if you don't want to, feel free to say pass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really appreciated the presentation. I need a little bit more than a minute on this, only because I have several pieces. I don't know how that's going to work, but I'm going to take 2, if that's okay. So because I was on League of Oregon Cities during the pandemic as a counselor, and we started the first in 100 years Women's Caucus and Person of Color Caucus for many of the same reasons. And we went into that with the same bylaws, same intentions. And I will say after the first year and a half or so, we started to realize the value of what we found was much of what I'm personally feeling here, which is the connections I'm making. But what we also started to realize is that the caucus model itself might not have been the most effective way to advocate for a couple reasons. One, League of Oregon Cities reminds me of OSBA, where there's many people in the state on boards who aren't connected at all to OSBA. Not personally, they don't read the emails. If someone's on the board, they are actually maybe getting information, but just we have work to do as a board, just like LOC continues to do, to build capacity. And someone mentioned that too today about building up relationships in general before maybe employing a caucus model, so that we can really, to Craig's point, get a feel of where boards are with what their needs are and what they're doing. And so that discussion, we had everybody sign up to be on the caucus, but the percentage of people that actually could make the meetings, the difficulty the staff had to find time to staff the meetings at the level of need that was required, were all things that kind of, I think, made us think, wow, okay, let's reassess, right? So Jeff spoke to this too. My questions around the Every Student Belongs, the educational advisory committees that many districts currently have, but many districts will still be forming, which will really embody much of the work that we are hoping we want to do at this level. And as a teacher, sometimes when the district puts into place those initiatives, teachers and people at the ground level already doing the work who haven't really been asked what this model should do or what service they need from the district in equity work has resulted in some people saying, hey, we need a little more time. We need time to communicate to you what we're doing and hear from OSBA, or LOC, like what you're wanting before moving ahead. Because sometimes that caucus model we had as a women's caucus was not matching the needs of the women that we were hearing from at the local level. So today, I
I asked the question about the model itself. I wasn't here for the formation of the first two caucus formings, but I would have asked the same question. Can we, first of all, to Craig's point, I come back to that. First, a needs assessment of where our districts are and what advisory committees, based on those needs, will serve this body. Is it the advisory model? Is it the caucus model? What do all of those things entail? And then as you build up the caucus model, the next question was, are we going to have a caucus for people with disabilities? And how do we staff that? Are we now going to have a caucus? And at this League of Oregon Cities conversations, it was, we're not sure we can build out all those caucuses because ultimately it came down to this board at the league, as it does here. This is the work that we all own as a small board of 24 people. We should be doing the work that's being talked about that the caucus is wanting to do. We can and should be championing the work of the person of color caucus, whether there's a caucus or not, whether there's an advisory committee or not. And so I think the last piece there is, I think with that in mind, I'm not comfortable voting yes today for this particular caucus for much of the same reasons I probably would have made before we develop a caucus model. I'd like to see this group think broadly, 10 years out. What are we envisioning for models that we need? Some of that, of course, you can't envision until you go through. I would like to hear from Rural Caucus and Person of Color Caucus after the first 2 years. What have they noticed? What would be different had this been advisory? What would be different without it? And can we do the work? What are all the different ways we can do the same work? So the vote, I think it was mentioned that a vote for this, I wrote it down, will show that we have dignity and respect of students. I will be voting against it, but I would argue that I know in here we all have dignity and respect for students no matter what way this vote goes today. I just would like to see us pause all advisory and caucuses, get ourselves where we're communicating even together as boards, and build up our relationships with all of our districts first. And that was more than one, but that embodies all of my thoughts.
Appreciate that. Oh, one more thing about discussion. If you agree with someone, just say ditto to that point and add additional points so we can enrich the conversation. Go for it, Chris.
So I want to start off that I am in favor of this caucus. And I'm in favor of the caucus because if we wait and wait and wait and wait, it won't happen. So we start. And I believe back in the day, and I'm talking to people that haven't been here quite as long, and I do want to say right up front, I feel incredibly privileged that I've been able to serve this organization for 19 years and serve my school board for 25. And the only way that I could do that was I had family members, I had associates, I had folks that supported me to have the time, effort, and money to do it. Incredible privilege, and I want to keep doing that. So with the Color Caucus, that one I do admit was a little bit of a bumpy start. They had not done as much of the prep work as the other groups have learned since then, and their bylaws have gone through a couple of revisions that were well needed and are now appropriate and are now better serving our students. This is a caucus that does have currently some very strong political, social, it's very visible. It's visible in an invisible way. And I think as leaders, we support our students, we support our staff members, we support our community. And the way that we do it is here. And we take a stand to support all, or we're not taking a stand. And I realize that is difficult and it may make people uncomfortable. But in that way, the only thing that I would see changing with the caucus is the ally part, because I know that I need to learn in my path as well so that I can be a better ally. So I think this is a good thing to start. And I would like the OSBA website to be updated to better reflect what our caucuses are because it's not current. So I would like for that to be updated. But I am in favor of it. And as far as the membership parts, the executive team, it's the same across all three caucuses. It is similar language, and there we go. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I love it when you have self-governance and right on time by the second. I love it. Anyone in the table? You all pass? Glenn, Alonzo? Okay. So how about, let's go to this table. And who would like to start? And Please limit your conversation to 2 minutes. Concur with what have been said if you do.
I definitely second what Christy has said over there. I think we're moving a little too fast on caucuses. We have just approved the rural caucus. Another thing is I'm really, really concerned about the budget, but I think if we take some time and not move so fast, and it'll eventually get done. But I second what
I will not take 2 minutes. I think what kind of comes to mind a little bit is it's an also and. So I think there are some really important points around the work that has been done and sort of how to best utilize and have efficacy within these different groups. And we already have some established caucuses, and I think it would I think it would be a detrimental message to send to have kind of to stop doing caucuses now, and that would send a message to those particular groups, those students, those staff members, to kind of wonder why this was the one where we sort of put the brakes on. And so I think that's why it's kind of an also and. So let's continue having conversations around advisories, groups, and committees and this work, and continue to bring forward, when we have the opportunity, these groups and really elevate and support in ways which then boards and districts don't always have the levers yet to support their students and staff, particularly in that way, that we could bring in those supports and sort of move the dial. So I think all the discussion and points have been really thoughtful. And I think I would be wary of the message that it might send if this was the one where we like put the brakes on.
So, I mean, I have a point of clarification for Chris, because I know you're there. Is it possible to support the vote for the caucus, but not necessarily the bylaws? Because I know it's two different amendments or two different motions.
As a matter of procedure, bylaws are draft, and maybe Emily, you can answer this question better than me because you went through it and you want to build on that, if any. Yes.
Yeah, so what we did for the rural caucus was, in order to bring it forward for a vote at this meeting, you have to have a draft bylaw and a draft budget, just basically so the board of directors knows what they're voting on. But then what we did with the rural caucus was, as soon as it was established, then the rural caucus met as a caucus and voted on the actual bylaws. So the bylaws are still in draft until the group is formed, and then they vote on them or make changes, and then they actually become.
So my clarification is with the identification part, because I think that my concern is it's, in most situations, right, it's easy to identify a person of color, but that's when you get to this community, it's not necessarily publicly known. And so if I were to vote yes on the caucus, am I also voting yes then on the identification piece?
No, because we're not voting on their bylaws. We're just voting yes or no whether they should become a caucus. And then if we say yes, that gives them the autonomy to create their own bylaws.
All right, copy. Thank you.
Consistent with the law and our own bylaws as well.
And with that, I think just wanted to be clear that part of the process is we're going to have our bylaws, OSBA's bylaws discussion next. And then I think maybe my commitment to you is that, and part of the reason of elevating Haley in her role, is that anytime that happens, we then do a bylaws review of all of our caucuses to ensure that all changes are made across, and that it's a complete review, not sending outside legal counsel a handful of questions, because then you're missing the boat on where things could conflict, and that's kind of what happened. And so I think to that point, that's more of a commitment from us on an operational side that will be the process moving forward.
Thank you. Any further comments, Jeff? Thanks.
I just wanted to thank the group for putting the work into this and bringing this back to the board. I think it's important through the Color Caucus, how we have elevated our work, that it's important for us to support others who want to elevate their work in their certain areas. So thank you.
Just wanted to concur with what Christy talked about, and I'm just glad that there is a process for looking at these bylaws in the future. One of the things that I heard was we all passed this, but did all of us do the due diligence of looking at every line of everything that we passed? I think that some things maybe got through that not everybody agreed with, but they just didn't object to. And so I'm glad that there's a process that we can go back and look at all the bylaws of all of our, not only our own organization of OSBA, but the caucuses as well, so that we can go back and look at, because when I'm as part of the governance committee, and we're looking at all of the governance rules, and if there was something that needs to be updated, we update it. And this is something that through that process, we can look at these bylaws and say, oh, well, that may be not the original intent, and we can change it. So I'm glad that there is an opportunity for that.
Is there a message in that? No. In my lifetime, being married to the guy I was married to, we did lots of legal stuff, and the word "shall" has always meant something to me. And the idea that any caucus could tell OSBA what we shall do is not okay. And it's, we're saying that we are going to, the caucus demands that we're going to give, and Christina, you guys, it's not knowing what this truly means. It means that demand that OSBA dedicate resources to whatever you said, and I doubt very seriously if that's what you meant. And then on the quorum business, we're on the governance are also looking at the OSBA executive committee. So we're looking at executive committees, and it's not that we're picking on anybody. It's just we're picking on ourselves. And so, but I do want to just say one thing that really is one of the letters that we received, that and I just want you to know I did my due diligence here. And this gentleman, and happens to be from Coos Bay in my region, he states that if we deny the Pride seat at the OSBA board, if this caucus is denied, the OSBA listed values, commitment, equity, fostering safety, integrity, and lifelong learning then become only empty words of no worth. And so, and that's what I worried about, that if we said no, then the message that is could be out there, or probably would be out there. And I have never done anything just because, like the word "shalls" and the others, I've never done because somebody else did it. So those two sentences really is a real concern of mine. Thank you.
Linda, did you speak? You did. Perfect. Thank you.
First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for doing all this work. I know firsthand what a big undertaking it is. So awesome job. I think you have demonstrated that it's a need throughout our state, and one that we should consider supporting. I do agree with Christy that the conversation needs to be had amongst this board about caucuses. How many are too many? Is there a different way that we should go about this? However, I don't think it feels fair to say, okay, but 2 went through, but now here's the line in the sand where we say no more. So maybe at some point we have a conversation and all of them become advisory committees, but again, this does not feel like the right time to make that decision, and therefore I will be in support of this motion.
Again, thank you for all the work that you have done. And this year's been tough, and we all know it's been tough. And we're rebuilding and becoming stronger. But in my work, and I'm sure many of you guys are seeing this, we've dropped the ball in the past. Our policy committee wasn't meeting. Our governance committees weren't meeting, and now we're trying to become stronger and meeting. And so I do, as Emily said, it's not fair to vote no, but I really feel like we need to pause. I myself feel like rushed all the time. We are trying to we're working so fast to get policies done and bylaws done, and we're trying to catch up. But I really, really want this to be really great work and strong work. And my concern is, are we going too fast? And I want this to be fair for everyone, but I also want to make sure that we're being thoughtful in our process. And sometimes that's unfair, and I know that that's unfair, but it's hard. What's the right thing to do? And that's a challenge for me. I do agree with Christy. I do agree with a lot of people, but I think we need to have serious conversations about our bylaws, about how big can our board be. I feel like we're getting to the point personally that our board is getting too big to be effective. And last year, the governance committee, I was told, looked at those numbers and decided that we were fine, but we didn't have a discussion about it. I remember myself speaking up and saying I wanted to have a discussion about this, and we did not. And so I feel like a lot of things have been pushed to the side because we've been too busy, or this is not the time to talk about it, and it's just causing more and more problems. And that's my concern. If voting yes may cause more and more problems. And I apologize because I know you guys worked really hard and I know it's a need, but I also want to make sure that we're just not pushing things through.
So I want to express my appreciation for all the work that you've done to present, express, and elevate the need and the opportunities ahead to support a caucus like this. I've been reflecting and thinking about, years ago to 2018 when we were building this, and I was not a president at the time, but I was part of the committee. And just seeing those opportunities, there's a lot of trepidation, there's a lot of questions and a lot of fear, but we just went through it. And I want to express my appreciation to the leadership, to those members that forged ahead, doing something that was really new. When I look back now and I realize when I go at the national level and talk to other associations, it's a point of pride that we are brave. We see a need. We created something that we were kind of building it as we were doing the work. And we have we've established a precedent that we elevate the needs of communities where we see there's a need. And I think you've done a beautiful job of presenting that there's a need, there's an opportunity with our resources, limited as they are, to support and elevate and advocate. What I'll say is what I've seen leadership come from those caucuses. I'm very excited to see what will happen with our rural caucus. A great opportunity to elevate the needs of our rural communities, the same with this caucus as well, as it moves forward. What I've seen, and I'm so proud of what the work of the Color Caucus at the legislative level, seeing our members elevate needs as they're during legislative sessions, sharing stories, advocating for legislation, and seeing that come to pass. So we have a real opportunity, and I know there are going to be challenges. We're looking at the money and the dollars, but I think when I go to national conventions, we talk about this work. We are forging a path, and there's interest, as Katrina has mentioned. So I just asked to think about that, to think about the needs that have been elevated, because we have voices that need to be in a space where they feel like they can thrive and to be supported, and there's an opportunity to provide those resources. So I just ask people to be thoughtful and to be brave, and I'm just really proud of the work that I've been witness to and been a part of.
Well, this is a tough one. This is a very tough one. Katrina, I want to thank you for your hard work, and Guadalupe for being here and articulating. This is not easy. I personally very much support the work. I believe very strongly that this should be something that our entire board and OSBA is engaged in and is active in. I do have questions now about the caucus. It is something as an, I'm looking at our organization as a whole, long-term sustainability, what we should be doing and how we should be doing it for the most effective use of our resources and time. Oh my gosh. It's my husband. He's got a table for the a football game. No. I lost me. Okay. I I I really want us to move. I agree with Don. I hadn't talked with you about that, but I agree with you. I think we have made some, we have tried to make really good decisions. I think it's time, in my mind, both caucuses, and I was involved with the rural caucus, not here when the color caucus was formed. In my mind, the caucus model is still an experimental model, and I see great good, but I also see potential for it. I think potential for some of us absolving ourselves of responsibility for certain advocacy areas if we leave it to a caucus. We should be, as a board, looking at and advocating for each student. We talk about that all the time. I personally commit to, as the next leader of this board, of educating myself, of committing to supporting. I would support, if we can do that, to continuing as an advisory committee, but I am not going to be voting in favor of the caucus at this time.
All right, I'm going to concur. The amount of work that was put in on this is truly amazing. Did it move the needle for me? Yes, it did. Did it change my perception of voting yes for the caucus? Yes, it did. But I listened to Christy, and a lot of the questions that she brought up were questions that I have. I was listening to Dawn. A lot of the questions that she brings up, I have. And the same thing for other members that have talked throughout this process. My main concern is how many caucuses are too much? At what point in time do we dilute the actual voice of this body by having added votes put in? That's a big question. I used your model. I set the phone. Anyways, maybe we need to readdress as a board itself how we have the caucuses represent themselves. Maybe instead of each caucus having an individual vote at this body, maybe a combined vote. Yep, that's my point.
I am a little concerned that we're having this conversation. I'm a little shocked, but that's okay. I think that there are some very valid points being brought up. Ms. Kotsky, I agree that maybe the caucus model might not be the model. Agreed. But right now, I want to support this group. And the reason why is, if I say no to them, then you have to repeal the one that I identify with, and then you got to repeal the rural caucus. That's not the way you go forward. Does the caucus model need to be reviewed? Yes. Is that the most effective? Probably not. If we all lived on Earth 1.0, we wouldn't need them. But apparently, we do. So I want you all to consider that part of the caucus model comes from the idea of the affinity network. It doesn't mean that we're not a part of you. It just means that every now and then, because I don't exactly look like you, I might need to get together with people who do look like me. That is not a bad thing. That is called nature. Hyenas don't hang out with lions. Think about that. We are all a part of this body, and we believe in this work. We believe in OSBA. But the one thing I have learned in my education and my professional life is in order for me to walk, think, and do as I am and be accepted as I am, I got to bring somebody behind me, because I guarantee you, if you tell them no, you're going to turn around and tell me no. That doesn't work for me. On Earth 1.0 that I live on, I would like to see us all in the perfect world, in the 2.0. This body would be so diverse, and we would sing in one voice, and you would promote everybody, we advocate for everybody, and there would be no need for us to be worried about our children that are committing suicide because they don't know who they are, or they identify differently than what we think they should. But we live on this earth. So I get it. I understand. This organization is rebuilding itself, and it needs to be rebuilt. This organization is important. It is critical. But I urge you to take the time, bring them into the fold, allow them to become a caucus, and then put an official pause on any future caucus work while we and our legal counsel work on what that should look like and how it should look. And then that way we keep this moving. But I cannot stand here and tell you that I don't want them to be a caucus, because I want to stay a caucus. Do I like the name? No. And I'm just being honest with you. Okay? I don't like being called a person of color. I'm not colored. I never have been. My name is Nancy. I just happen to have a lot of beautiful melanin. Punish me if you will. But anyway, so I'm saying if we need to move forward and review caucus, I get it. Let's do it, because you're right. Because on Earth 2.0, when we really do get it right, we won't need a caucus. We won't need the terminations of minority. But we're on Earth 1.0 right now. That's all I'm saying.
Wow. Can I just say ditto to what Nancy said, and said so well. The only thing I would add to that, just want to concur and agree. I would just say how valuable the Color Caucus has been to me. Entering board service during the pandemic, it provided me just a really incredible space to network, to learn, and to develop relationships, and also to help bring in people behind me. Because, I feel a very personal point of pride that I'm the first school board member of color on my school board, and that opened the door for others to follow. And, so yeah, I would, and I also agree, we can, as a board, re-examine, and have a longer term conversation about caucuses. But I am definitely planning to support the Pride Caucus.
Thank you so much. And same as Neelam, I think just ditto Nancy, what Nancy just shared. I do want to say, I'm going to take it one step back and say, in U.S. history, we had the first civil rights amendment to the Constitution was the abolition of slavery. If we had stopped at the 13th Amendment, we likely wouldn't be where we are as a society, even in Earth 1.0. Maybe it's 1.5, Nancy. But the point is that we do need to continue to advocate for the rights and the place at the table for individuals. Hearing colleagues in the room saying that this isn't the right time is reminiscent of the exclusive clubs that have existed in this country where they said, we don't have space for you right now. And that doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good at all. And in any case, that's one of the things. The other thing that I think is important to remember is that this didn't just start today. This isn't the first time that we brought this to the group. The exploratory committee was approved a year and chunk ago, and we haven't taken it to the full membership of the board or the organization, but it has been discussed with member boards, with members. And so there's been a lot of that networking that has been recommended. That has already happened. We have a very diverse representation of boards that are interested in forming this caucus. The other thing is, y'all, sure, this might be new to OSBA, this caucus model, but let me just say, the caucus model is not new in this country or in the state. We have affinity caucuses at state government, at federal government, in organizations, private and public. This is not new. And not to mention that we've had the color caucus now for 6 years. So it's not a new concept. Do we need to reevaluate and not do caucuses anymore? Do we need to really? I would love that. I would love to say, I no longer have to advocate for who I am as a person of color, or for my brother who's queer, or for my niece who's, I no longer need to do that. But that's not the case right now. That is not the reality that we're living in. It's Earth 1.5, Nancy. Thank you. Oh, can I just also say, I also believe in the democratic process. I love you all for who you are, and whatever you decide is what we decide.
Thank you. I really appreciate this discussion and this opportunity. And I think an important thing I want to highlight is that all of this work, and I'll be really honest, this has been a lot of work. And most of this work has been on my shoulders. Even though we do a collaborative process, there has to be someone leading this work. And so it has been a lot this last year. And every single one of those names you see on that list meant intentional, time-consuming outreach and building those relationships and holding that space for folks with really hard stories and hearing the why and hearing why we're here. The thing I will say is I don't take on work for the sake of work. I have enough on my plate. I am taking on this work because one, I had so many students, staff, families, school board members say we need this work to be done. But also I took on this work, and we as an advisory committee took on this work because that is the systems and structures in place currently at OSBA. And so right now we are working within the structures that exist. And the structure that exists was create an advisory committee for 1 year. During that time, and as an advisory committee, create your bylaws, create your mission, create your goal, create your budget. Then you can become a caucus as long as it's been 1 year if the vote goes your way. And the vote goes your way with the membership as well. And so at this time, we do not have systems and structures in place for alternative modalities. Would that be beneficial? Most certainly. And we can definitely create those modalities if that feels like it's best to this group and our membership. But I think it's important to recognize, even right now, OSBA does not have a functional way for an advisory committee to meaningfully connect to the work that OSBA does. It is more of a placeholder to build all the work required for becoming a caucus. And so right now we have followed the process, followed the space that is allotted, and created what was asked of us to create. But just recognizing that is the modalities that exist in OSBA right now, and I'm proud to do that work.
I, for one, just appreciate this conversation so much because it's been a long time since we could sit and have such a great conversation. So thank you to everybody. I love what's being said. I think Christy brings up some just great things. Tristan's advocacy for what does this say to our members. Everything that's been said is really just fantastic. The things I would add would be, first of all, having a caucus just to have a caucus to say we had a caucus makes no sense. We need to actually then go look at what that caucus is doing, because if it's not actually improving outcomes for the caucus with which you're representing, then why do we have it? Would it be better to take them back under an overarching board to have better outcomes? So we really do have to look at our system. We have a great example. The Color Caucus has been going now for 6 years. So we do need to dive into how has that improved things for the members that are under that caucus, students and board members alike. So we really should have conversations about the efficiency of caucuses and whether we want to go forward. So I really think that's an important step in this. What Katrina said is also very important. They did what they were supposed to do. Why would we pull that rug out at this point? And my last point is, I hear a lot about how we are, the first to do something, and we're an example. I don't want to just be the first and an example. I want to be the first and of what works. I don't want to just put something out so that we can say, look at what we did. Look at what we did in Oregon. I want to put out something that says, look at what we did and look at the results we are getting from it. So I want to be very thoughtful about not just pushing through so we can be, not that that's what we're doing, but there needs to be more thought behind the effectiveness of our caucuses.
So first, I want to thank all my fellow board members for making this even a more difficult decision. So I think there are still questions on whether there's broad-based support for this. I think there's concerns statewide as it is potentially a pretty divisive issue, and with significant change at OSBA, I am concerned about the stability. With that being said, sorry, how do I how do I look at friends and family who identify this way and tell them I don't support them? So that's all.
Thank you. Well, I get the floor before we go for a vote. And Craig, you're really hard to act to follow. I have a few thoughts. The first and foremost, Katrina and Guadalupe and the committee, I had really the pleasure to speak to your committee members, and Don was there, and really share with them all avenues possible to advocate and commitments to support our members and students, and providing them with the tools and the understanding that they want to go either path, that we're going to support them, and they decided to go for recommending for us to consider this. And now we're doing that decision making for ourselves in order to pass it to the full membership. So I want to thank the members, but most importantly, I want to thank you, Kristen, for staffing and supporting the advisory group. Advisory groups get support through staffing and resources, and you and Jean as well have done phenomenal work. So thank you for doing that. I have a few words. So you know where I'm from? Anybody knows? Corvallis. You're quarter correct. You're 100% correct. My mom and my Syrian grandma from my dad's side will say all of you are mistaken. Even though I'm 3/4 Syrian, I'm 100% by the culture and etc. But here's the point. The point is, I was born in Tucson, moved to Saudi Arabia, lived through K through 12 in Saudi Arabia. You see where I'm going. Having this conversation is a huge privilege. I'm going to say this. However we vote, I'm going to be out and proud saying we support our students. However this vote goes, I'm going to say we're consistently supporting the community and making sure that suicidality is not going to be determined based on identity. Success in school is not going to be based on identity. And to get there, we're committed to do the work. And frankly, you've been really hard to read, so I don't know how this vote will go. I really don't. Usually I have good pulse and I don't share it. I want to have the conversation and then we go for the votes. Right now, I know that you will vote one way and I'll be standing alongside with you in support of our students. So, please. Please take the microphone and I know we're about to finish the discussion, so.
Yeah, point of
please
information. My question is it possible to, I hear like we need to discuss the caucus model, but also we need to vote this. Is it possible to modify the motion that when we do this, we're also going to explore the caucus model? Or is that has to be two different? I don't know. I'm asking
two different motions.
Okay.
Two different motions, and you got my commitments. Even if you don't move, we're going to work tomorrow on how we think forward. So I would ask us not to rush into motions and bring this discussion to tomorrow. We might have even something better than that motion. But you already have my commitment. I personally worked on some background research that I want to share with this board. And I know there is commitments from leadership to really help us out and commitments from you from this discussion. So to answer your question, let's not do an amendment motion, but let's work on it. If you don't mind, I want to finish my remarks, go to a vote, and move on if that's okay. Please.
Right? You have 1 year to do this, so if it goes down, do it continue? Do they get to continue the advisory committee?
Correct. Thank you for the question. The motion on the floor is whether we will refer for a caucus. The advisory committee has been established by the board and will continue until the board decides otherwise. So the advisory committee will either continue or will change to a caucus through this vote. So I just want to share something. Really, if I was living in another place, probably I will fear for even having this conversation. So I want to thank you for your courageousness. You're not only the output or the outcome of the times, it is your commitment that's really bringing us where we are. And go back to the brick example, you're putting a brick one way or the other in a building or an institution that will help us move forward in a way that protects the kids, help the kids. So I think and I believe the summary of this conversation, we have unified commitments. We have disagreements on how we will do it. So my plea is not about my personal experience or exposure or understanding that, hey, if I was living in Oregon, I would have different conversation on how I would do it in Saudi. Probably I would not be able to do it in Saudi. Probably if I go back, there will be questions and I don't care about it because I care about the students. And I know you have a little bit of pressure that you go to your community, you need to have that conversation. I do. And I feel it. I understand it. And honestly, I don't know how our full membership will vote for it. It's hard. But leaning on Craig's point, if you will, if you're comfortable with it, either close your eyes or open them, but just think of a person you think who is from the community, you think who will benefit from this decision one way or the other. For me, I don't think I have the liberty of saying his name. He was one of my former students, eventually a Facebook friend. In 2016, his questions were, how will you support the LGBTQ community? And I answered, I am not one of member of the community. The first thing I want to know, how I can do that, so I want to listen. And the response was really, really strong. If you don't know the answer, you should not sign me run for office. And I took that really to heart. I was like, I need to do more work. That person is no longer with us. That person lived in a place where bullying was really horrible. That person was brilliant, was smart. I was going to vote. I would think of that person. And I would think of the people that you are thinking of right now. What is best for them? Whether they are a board member, a student, or a family member. Hold that thought. And as you hold that thought, roll call.
Craig Albright. Jeff Crapper. Chris Cronin. Jackie Crook. Lori Danzuka. Katrina Dowdy. Neelam Gupta. Linda Hamilton. Chris Howitt. Tristan Irvin. Greg Kintz. Christy Kotke. Steve Lowell. Sonia McKenzie. Alonzo Oliveras. Chrissy Wrights. Clyde Rood. Nicole Schott. Emily Smith. Nancy Thomas. Glenn Wachter. Don Watson. Fourteen yes, 4 no, 2 abstain.
14 yeses, 4 no, and 2 abstains. The motion passes. Congratulations. Now the hard work begins, because whether you are in favor or against or you abstained, we need to have a conversation with our members why this vote happened. And I want to thank you for being very deliberative in your work, preparation, your questions, and your deliberation. Share that conversation with them. Have that conversation with them, and let's support the membership with the decision they make. But right now, as a board, we're moving this resolution for a vote. Let's ask the membership to engage in a conversation that's helped the kids. With that, I would like to ask us to have about 10 minutes break for grabbing our lunch plates and starting with lunch, and then we'll have a working lunch for the last resolution. Guadalupe? Microphone, please. Personal point of privilege taken.
Thank
So
you.
go ahead.
I would just like to say that this is my last meeting. I really have enjoyed being with the OSBA, serving as an ex officio. I'm not renewing my service with the state board. Lots of other stuff, but I really have appreciated and learned so much from each of you during the last couple of years as the ex officio for the state board. So thank you very much, and this was certainly a wonderful way to say goodbye.
Thank you, Guadalupe, and appreciate your service on the state board and your ambassadorship here. With that, let's have 10 minutes break to grab our lunches. We'll come back into session after we started. The next item on the agenda, which is amendments to the bylaws, is a presentation from Haley describing the recommendation from the governance committee. We will have a description of the major changes that are proposed. Again, this is another brick in the pieces that we're trying to put together. This one is also a referral to the full membership. The full membership will consider the recommendation through the resolution and the attachment to the bylaws changes. One thing I want to highlight here, and probably Haley will touch on some of that as well. Sometimes sections interact with each other within the same governance document, the bylaw, so we need to pay attention to how things interact with each other. But more importantly, what we're doing here is about what we're putting in the constitution of the organization. Sometimes there are things that need to be resolved or addressed not only there, to the point that Nancy did yesterday brilliantly. You need to start somewhere, but also you need to put the pieces where they fit best. So the conversation here is about amendments to the bylaws. We discussed some amendments to policies that are coming forth that will support the mission and vision and objectives of what we want to improve on. And there might be other issues where we need to put support systems, training, etc. So let's have that in the back burner as we're thinking that whatever changes we're seeing here are changes to the bylaws. They are going to be happening in tandem with other changes and improvements that we need to see in other places as well. We will go through the presentation. We'll go the same way, round robin. This time, since it's complex document, one question at a time, we answer it, and then we move forward. With that, Haley, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just wanted to talk briefly about why we're here with this many revisions to the bylaws. As you look through the packet, you'll notice that there's a lot of redlining in there. When Emily and I and Linnell kind of took over last December abruptly and without prior notice, we started having to look at the bylaws a lot to make decisions and figure out how things worked and that sort of thing. And it became clear that some of the pieces of the bylaws were not clear. So we wanted to try our best over this past year to try to clarify some of those things so that you don't have to be a lawyer to understand every single thing in this document. It is a legal document, so unfortunately we can't make it 100% understandable to everyone, but we've tried our best to do that, and I really want to appreciate Linnell. I know that she hates it when she's publicly called out, but she did a lot of the work on making this readable, so a lot of those edits that you see in there that aren't legal in nature, she identified as, hey, we should probably put a comma here, or we should put this in a separate paragraph so that this makes more sense when people are trying to read it. So I really want to appreciate all of the work that she did doing that. I also want to appreciate the governance committee. It's a very large committee, 9 members, and then there were also additional board members that would show up to the governance committee meetings and support that work that was going on. We had 5 meetings between March and August. They were almost all of them were 2 hours except for one that was 1 hour. I don't think we ever ended early. They were very, very difficult meetings. The conversations were really hard. Some of the amendments in here impact people personally on the board. And so it was just a really difficult process. And I just want to appreciate all of the board members that came to that committee and worked so hard on this. You know, Bob and I did a legal review, but a lot of the revisions came from the committee itself. And so I just really want to appreciate all of your help getting this to where it is right now. I'm not going to go through every single line by line. We put a walkthrough in the packet. It has, you'll see the language and what we changed. And then on the right, it says whether it's a substantive or non-substantive change. So you can look at that if that format looks easier for you. But I'm just going to highlight some of the more major substantive changes so that you all understand what they mean, because we had a little bit of discussion about these particular sections at the governance committee, and I want to make sure everyone understands what the revisions are talking about. So the first one I'm going to talk about is 3.5.3, and I believe Linnell has this here. So this amends the caucus representatives. It adds language here at the bottom, and it says, if the president or immediate past president of the board of directors is a representative director from a caucus, then the caucus shall elect an additional director to serve for the duration of the president and or immediate past president's term. So there was some concern on the governance committee that this was giving something to the caucuses that was extra and additional. But I want to point out, and Linnell, if you can go to 3.5.1E, so you have to go back up. This language that we're proposing adding to the caucus section is pulled directly from the regionally elected directors section. And so it says the same thing, except it applies to regionally elected directors. If the president or immediate past president of the board of directors, and this is the part right here I'm reading, is a representative director from a region that elects only one director, that region shall elect an additional director or directors to serve for the duration of the president and or the immediate past president's term. So this edit is to align the caucus and give the caucuses the same opportunity that regionally elected directors have. So that's just aligning with the regionally elected directors. So the caucuses aren't getting anything that the elected directors don't have. So hopefully that's clear. And again, we can take questions and we can get to questions and comments, but let's get through the substantive pieces first, and then we can open it up for questions and comments. The next section I want to point out is the new 3.1 or 319, Linnell, the ethics. So it's the old 316, newly numbered 319, and this deals with conflicts of interest. So the way the bylaws are currently written, it requires board directors to fill out a form and file it with staff if they have a conflict. This is not what the law requires. If you have a conflict, you're required by law to declare it in the meeting and state why you have a conflict, and not vote if you have a conflict, just declare your potential conflicts and that sort of thing in the meeting. Filling out a form is not going to fulfill that legal obligation, and so we wanted to remove that from the bylaws so that there's no confusion about what's legally required for you all to do. There's also no reason for us to collect these forms. We don't do anything with them. We're not responsible for declaring conflicts for you. That's your own personal job to do. So that's why we're recommending that particular edit. The next one I wanted to talk about was the caucuses and the new requirement for an annual report, and that is section 4.4. So there's been some discussion on this today about accountability for caucuses, and are they meeting their mission? Are they in alignment with the OSBA goals and mission? And trying to get some accountability for whether or not the caucus is being successful in what they set out to do and said they were going to do. So this new language here tries to address that. It requires the caucuses to submit an end of year fiscal report to the board of directors, and it has to include these following things. A statement that the caucus is meeting regularly, an accounting of the prior year's budget allocation, identified officers and current bylaws, a summary of the caucus current goals, the prior year's caucus activities that support those goals, and how the caucus goals align with the mission, vision, and goals of OSBA. And then that fiscal year report has to be submitted at the first regularly scheduled board of directors meeting following the end of the fiscal year. So this is trying to get a little bit more accountability built in for the caucuses and address that concern that has been raised. The final substantive piece that I wanted to talk about is officer eligibility, and that's section 5.1. So this is an entirely new section. At this time, our bylaws do not have any criteria for eligibility for officers. Anyone can be an officer. So for example, Krista, the executive director of COSA, who is an ex officio on our board, under our current bylaws, could be an officer on the board. And so there was concern in the governance committee that maybe we should set some officer eligibility criteria. And so this would become effective January 1, 2026, so that it doesn't impact any current officers. But it would require the person that's a candidate for the position or an actual officer to be a voting member of the board of directors. So if they were an officer on the board of directors and for some reason they were no longer a voting member, they would not be qualified to be an officer any longer. In order to be a candidate, they'd also already have to be a voting member of the board to be a candidate for an officer position. So this is a lot, I know. Those are the major substantive changes that the governance committee brought forward to the full board, and I'm happy to entertain questions.
Sorry, this is questions specifically, or okay, perfect. No question.
Linda, any questions? Clarification, are we voting on this as a package as a whole or the separate changes?
You're voting to send this to the membership. The whole bylaws that you see here before you, you're voting to send this to the membership for a vote of the membership because the membership has to approve the bylaws. You guys can't change them yourselves. It's all the changes proposed in there.
Yes, my question was related to 3.5.3 and then with 5.1 together. And that is the caucuses are the membership of the caucuses. You do not have to be a board member to be a member of the caucus, do you? So you could just be a citizen, or do you have to be a member of a board to be on the, or you have to be a board member? Okay. Okay. So that settles that. The other one is, my question is on 3.19, which you talked about the ethics. All of us who are publicly elected officials get a notice every single year from OGEC, the Government Ethics Commission, which you must answer, you must file. Is that what this is talking about?
No, this is talking about a form that OSBA has created and gives to board members to fill out. It's completely separate from the OGEC. So the OGEC has their process and OSBA has a different process that's not legally required and really doesn't do anything for anyone. So that's what we're proposing limiting is the OSBA form. People back here?
No question.
Officers?
Sorry, you got to me quicker than I was planning. I have a question on 5.1. I'm trying to find it real quick. Oh, Linnell's gonna help me. So it doesn't start until, this might be in the weed question, it doesn't start until 2026, but we vote for officers in September. So if I can just see, like, you could vote for an officer because that hasn't gone effect, but then they come in effect. So was there discussion on that and how does that work?
Yeah, so in theory, you could elect somebody as an officer still that's not a voting member, but as soon as this date hits, that person's no longer eligible. And so they would just drop off.
So you could elect them in September and then you'd have to re-elect them in January. Well, yeah, elect someone else. Sorry, not re-elect. Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm just like, this seems like a lot of problems. So we just need to be aware of the situation before, like, okay.
And we were trying to give people a heads up. So if somebody wanted to run for an officer position and knew that their eligibility was going to be in question on January 1, we're giving them advance notice. Hey, as of January 1, you're no longer going to be eligible. So
I just wanted to make sure we didn't make ourselves a mess.
thank you. Any other officer questions? Okay, how do you want to do discussion? And you need.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
I move the OSBA board adopt the proposed resolution regarding OSBA bylaws amendments with the bracketed language addressing the creation of the Oregon School Board members. Oh, wrong. Wait, wrong. I went way too far, right? Oh, is this all right? Okay, that was part of it. Sorry about that. I shall continue. The creation of the Oregon School Board members Pride Caucus and forward the resolution to the OSBA member boards for a vote as presented. Can we do that? That's not the right, but that is the bylaws. Oh, okay.
So could you restate the motion? And we'll explain a little bit of what could be a confusion with a question I'll ask right after the motion. With the caucus. Could, yeah.
That's what I read.
Correct. Correct, yeah. Did she read it exactly? Awesome. And it's been second by?
I have a, oh, yes, I second.
Now, it's been moved that the OSBA board adopts the proposed resolution regarding OSBA bylaws amendments with the bracketed language addressing the creation of the Oregon School Board Members Pride Caucus and forward the resolution to the OSBA member boards for a vote as presented. Now, I will take the floor for a second and ask a question before deliberation because I think you are thinking about this question as well. It has been asked last year when the bylaws and the rural caucus were on the vote. The question is, Haley, what if Resolution 2, Pride Caucus, prevails and the bylaws does not, or vice versa, if the bylaws pass and the Pride Caucus does not, since there's a cross-reference? How does that impact the bylaws?
Well, we're going to need to update the bylaws. So if nothing else, I would expect you would have to agree as a board to approve the bylaws amendment with the new caucus. I don't know why you wouldn't, since you just approved the caucus. So we at least need to do that. So then it would fall out of the bylaws. So it just wouldn't be approved by the membership. So that piece would fall out.
That's a conversation I had with several board members across Oregon, like membership members, that they say, hey, can I vote on one rather than the other? And the answer is yes. What will happen, just as Haley mentioned, is the provisions related to the Pride Caucus, if in the hypothetical case the Pride Caucus vote does not pass and the amendments that we vote on as motioned pass, then all the caucus-related language will not become effective, of course, and then we will have to revise it and strike it out. Does that make sense? Awesome. Any other comments?
And that, just as a reminder, that was on the ballot last year as well. We had bylaws cleanup that we had to add a member for the LPC for the caucus. So it's something that they're used to as well.
So in summary, this is exactly how it should be. With that, any discussion? And let's go with the same sequence of the tables. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Any discussion from Clyde's table? Discussion, pass, 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 pass. Any discussion from Lori's table? Jackie?
Some of it's the concern with the executive committee and communication. and that the way it reads is that we have a time frame consistent with the seriousness and urgency of the matter and within 2 weeks of practicability. The concern for us has been 2 weeks and only if it's practicable. If it's so that is a concern. And I know that we've talked to the policy committee and they're trying to come up with a policy that makes it better, makes it more clear.
Yeah, I second that. Had some discussion around making it like a urgent circumstances when something come up that the board of directors not hear about it 3 months later, 2 weeks later, whatever, but that it become urgent so that we can address or have some input on the decision making. At least be aware and not surprised later. The other one is I'm not sure, and I struggle with the. We'll have caucus representatives on the board, and that's great, as long as they're school board members. I think that's how they become a caucus member. But being on the board of director, it giving them full authority as all board of directors, which mostly they will anyway, except for maybe one or two things. Most of the board members here are elected by your region. That's how you was to become a board of directors, and the rest was ex officio in the beginning. So we will be giving up that, and so it becomes sort of confusing to me, and it'll become confusing when it comes time for election. I'd rather see that it's still the board of director voting members are elected by their region, because that's why we're here to represent our regions and our districts.
Yes, and that's also on the governance committee. That's one of the questions that came up, and I noticed the language is not here, which is probably decided by other people. But I wanted to know, just because you are a member of the caucus, then that group votes to have somebody represent the caucus. That person goes onto the board directly as a board member. And then this sentence here that's displayed says that as soon as you get there, then you can be on the executive committee. So you could have zero experience of OSBA board, zero experience of any committee of the board, and yet you could be on the executive committee if the board voted on there. So that's my concern, is that we don't have a line there that's drawn in the sand that says you have to have a certain amount of experience in order to do that. And the line that I draw is that you have to be a regionally elected board member from your region in order to serve on the executive committee. And I don't have any reason to go any lower than that.
Any other questions or comments at this table? All right, Chris, I think your table's next for comments.
Yes, and I think I'm just going to jump in with a point of privilege here, Mr. President. Of privilege, yeah. So I want to give some information to this and a little bit of background why this is a good thing for us to be doing. Is that a comment in order? Okay, thank you. Years of experience. We used to be elected to these positions at convention by the people that were at convention. So it usually meant heavily Portland people that were at convention. And so it was not necessarily a representative election. It was by who showed up to convention. As near as I can tell, my years of experience again, there has never been any rule or regulation or expectation of how long you had been on the board before you could be an officer. There were unspoken rules, and there were times when people were discouraged from running for officer positions, and other times when people were elevated to officer positions that it was a little bit surprising. So we have not had that as any kind of requirement for service on the board for a certain amount of time before you can consider to be an officer. officer elections are held every year, so you're also not guaranteed that just because you're secretary treasurer, you will automatically be vice president, automatically be president-elect. You have to be elected each time to that. And so it seems to fall within lines of what we currently do. My one question I do have is, have we discussed, or do we have a top limit of how many board members we can afford?
I mean, the officers haven't gone yet. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that there is a letter of support in your packets that is signed by both the Color Caucus and the Rural Caucus of these bylaws changes. So just wanted to share that, that both caucuses, and I'm sure also the LGBTQIA2+ advisory committee also would be.
Back over to this table, I believe. Any other comments here?
Lori Danzuka, I just have a comment about trying to find, I was on the governance committee, and so what we were trying to do is create a clearer pathway so there wasn't ambiguous language in there, so it could be clear going forward as a full board. Thank you.
Again, there was absolutely no mention of any qualification to be an officer in the organization. So, and so that's why this was is being presented.
Any other comments from Chris Howitt's table? Officers, anything?
All right, I think we had a really robust conversation. I want to thank the governance committee for the discussion. I want to acknowledge that the conversation, the governance committee was, how many meetings? You said 4? 5? Five meetings, and there were several amendments. What you see here is a language that I feel moves us forward. I want to acknowledge a few comments that has been made around, should we limit the board membership? Should we have further conversation around the caucus's composition, contribution, and role in governance? What are the best practices across the nation and the state or other associations, and how can we learn from those? And what's best for OSBA moving forward? I think there's a lot to learn from the past, and there's a lot to build for the future. And you have my personal commitments, and I believe the president-elect as well as the chair, the incoming chair for the governance committee, that this work will continue to make sure we improve it. This is a huge milestone. The most appreciation I want to say, when you are in a transition and you're triaging and you want to make sure you care for your staff, you want to care for the membership, you want to care for the structure of the organization, and still walk and chew gum and make sure the bylaws were on it on day one, thank you. You've done a really phenomenal job in making sure we're responsive and capturing really the depth of the committee members of the contributions that we had, and also making sure we're talking with Spencer and Chris's team on the policy to make sure those puzzles fit together. I just want to say this is really great movement. We have modified our bylaws very sporadically and rarely, to say it very generously, and this is a great movement. Also, I'm just going to reflect on the robustness of this conversation, your commitment that we don't have a vote and rush it in. We always need to take our time to really think it through, talk it through, and have committee work to produce it. So with that, seeing there's no further discussion, roll call, please. On the motion, and I'll restate it just for the record. So many papers. It's been moved and seconded that the OSBA board adopt the proposed resolution regarding OSBA bylaws amendments with the bracketed language addressing the creation of the Oregon School Board members Pride Caucus and forward the resolution to the OSBA member boards for a vote as presented. Roll call, please.
Craig Albright, Jeff Cropper, Chris Cronin, Jackie Crook, Lori Denzuka, Katrina Dowdy, Neelam Gupta, Linda Hamilton,
I'm sorry, stating reasons should be in the discussion. I'm really sorry. Again, we have to only votes at this time. We can't state the reasons during discussion, if that's okay. Those are the rules. Got to continue votes. We'll discuss later.
Chris Howitt, Tristan Urban, Greg Kintz, Christy Kotke, Steve Lowell, Sonia McKenzie, Alonso Oliveras, Chrissy Wrights, Clyde Rude, Nicole Schott, Emily Smith, Nancy Thomas, Glenn Wachter, Dawn Watson. We're unanimous.
Motion passes. Thank you and congratulations. So next thing on the agenda is, yes, I give them one applause for this good work. Really, thank you. Folks, we're moving forward diligently and carefully, but also I'm really optimistic. I'm feeling really good today, and there's a lot to do. Let's remember, we have lots of things to do. I don't want to be blamed for a touchdown missed. So what I want to say is few things. Linnell, will you be able to send an email or a calendar invite for folks about what's coming up later tonight? So we're having dinner together here, 6 o'clock, and there's a bar here, and I heard the drinks are going to be much better. And what else? And we're going to have s'mores as well provided for us, or s'more kits for us to use. So please come around. If you don't have my phone number, ask me for my phone so we can connect with each other. Other than that, we are standing in recess until tomorrow when we meet for the community, for the session with Salam at 9 a.m. on Sunday, September 15th, 2024. We are in recess.